You are going to come under some pressure. You're going to hear all kinds of propaganda. You're going to hear all kinds of lies and deception. There will be tactics used to try and buy you out. There will be tactics used to try and frighten you away. And I only have to say one thing to you tonight, comrades. We are blood and fire comrades. And we're marching on to progress. And we will stand firm. We will not be bought because we are not for sale.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. So why you come to me with that foolishness, you know? You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right kind of stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone. Hope everyone is having a wonderful and productive start to the week. Happy Tuesday to those in television land. Happy Tuesday to our silent supporters. Happy Tuesday to everyone in the chat. Remember, guys, register your attendance by pressing the thumbs up. And if you're new to the channel, please show some support by subscribing, and also share us out if you can. That will be greatly appreciated. Tonight's topic is leadership in crisis, with your host, Mystic Sensation, which comprises of Baron and Anne-Marie, technical director, Pastor Ricky, Pinkskew Green, Will Rattigan, and Melton Pot. And we will be joined shortly by Daisy Magazine. So guys, welcome. The chat is already out of control, so you know how that goes. An umbrella welcome to everyone in the chat. Really appreciate each and every one of you. And a special shout out to our moderators, bless up on yourself, and also to our channel members, bless up. Before we get into the program, I am just gonna ask everyone to please give Pastor Ricky some support with his channel that he has launched, and it's Politics Corner TV. The link was put in the chat, and the link is pinned at the top of the chat. So those who have not yet shown support, I know some people went over last on Friday and gave some support. So those who haven't yet, the link is pinned, so you can just click on the link and it will take you straight to Pastor Ricky's channel, and you can show him some love there. But before we start, let me just ask Pastor Ricky to lead us off in a word of prayer.
Amen. Excuse me. Thank you, Lady Anne-Marie. God bless you. Sir Byron, God bless you. Lady Pinks, Sir Rattigan, Bridget Melton Pot from across the sea, Titan, brother, big of yourself. God bless everyone in the chat. Father, we thank you as we're gathered here tonight in your presence to pray, to give you, relinquish this program into your hands. We ask, oh God, that you will empower your daughter, Lady Anne-Marie, guide her fingertips on the mouse, between clips, between documents, between videos. Let everything be done in decent and in order. Continue to give her the grace, the courage. Bless the children, the grandchildren, and her husband, Sir Byron. We thank you for what you're doing in his life in this season as you continue to raise him up to dig deep and to deep dive research, to bring facts and truth, pertinent information so people can make an informed decision with the upcoming general election to choose the right party and the right candidates to save and to rescue Jamaica from the brink of corruption, as Comrade Leader Mark Golden state vividly, evidently, clearly, all the time. And we thank you for Sir Melton Pot and his wife and his children and grandchildren. Continue to provide for them and make ways out of no ways. Remember your daughter, Lady Pinks. We thank you for what you're doing in her life in this season. Bless her and her children. Continue to raise up customers for her business. Continue to watch over her and guide her and protect her. Your son, Sir Ratigan, his wife and children. We ask, oh God, that you will be a fence around them every day. Continue to raise them up and meet them at their point of need, that everything he's believing you for, his families for, fail not to grant it. And bless everyone in the chat, children, spouses, and family members. We thank you for their sacrifice that they make Tuesdays and Fridays to come to support, to like up the live, and to share. And we just pray a special blessing financially, materially, physically, spiritually, emotionally, psychologically, mentally, for everyone and their families in the chat. Breathe upon each and every one of us tonight, and let everything be done in decent and in order. We bind every attack of the enemy, every hindering spirits, every stumbling blocks, barriers, hindrances, internet connection, whatever the enemy might try to do, we bind it and plead the blood of Jesus against it. Bless our Comrade Leader Mark Golden, the next Prime Minister of Jamaica. Bless the People's National Party. Bless all of the 63 candidates that he has chosen wisely. And we pray for total victory and a landslide defeat for these criminals in the government, and that they will all face the justice system when the next government is formed. In Jesus' name we pray. And everyone that agrees says amen.
Amen.
Amen. Yes, I want to say a big thanks to you, wifey, technical director, who continue to balance the ship for us. And I want to say, lovely panel, right? I love my panel, all the panelists, right? Lady Spinks, right? Melton Pot, Pastor Ricky, and of course, Ratigan. And Mario will join us later. Now, let me say this and I want to say big thanks to all the persons in the chat. Big thanks to TV Land. Big thanks locally and in the diaspora. We are saying thank you, because it is your energy continue to flow that keep us right above the surface. We are saying to all persons who tune in, right, thank you for supporting Mystic Sensation and other channels who are taking the message of truth to our Jamaican people. Now, let me, before I begin in terms of the usual meet and greet, let me say this, that we are up against a great evil as it relates to Andrew Wellness administration, but we are going to overcome. Right? Not too worry about that. We are going to overcome. Amen. And I'm glad that Bolo is here. Now, people, I want people to go over and, of course, endorse Bolo. Bolo is doing a fabulous job. So, Bolo, I mean, you're here. I don't have to send and call you. So, bless up yourself, Bolo. Right? Continue to do that fabulous job that you're doing. Now, let us just go to because tonight, and as I say, Bolo is here. Bolo, you're going to be very busy tonight. You're going to several stuff of corruption that you're going to break down. To be honest, my Jamaican people, I am so corruption confused. I don't even know where to begin. Honestly. But you know, Melton Pot and I, we spoke today on all of the corruptions, and Melton Pot said, listen, Mystic, start from the one. So we are going to start from the one that Melton Pot asked us to start from. And that is how serious it is in terms of how we are so corruption confused as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party. Now, let me go to the panel without any further delay. Sister Pigs, of course, meet and greet your wonderful people.
Good evening, everybody in TV land. Good evening, Lady Anne Marie, Sir Baron, Pastor Ricky, Sir Radigan, and my friend and brother across in the UK, Melting Pot. I would like to say good evening also to our comrade leader,
Of course.
our Gensec and chairman, and everyone in the PNP, especially our workers who are on the ground taking up the canvas and on the ground working every day hard. And I would like to say, anybody who missed the women's rally on Sunday, you missed a very good event. It
Yeah.
was wonderful. It was powerful. Manny's High turned orange, and we were right in George Wright's constituency. The stool beater, all women there Sunday. It was a wonderful event. And right now in Mount Salem, we have the Mount Salem Divisional Conference going on right now with Dr. Andre Horton. And you know, the speakers are there like Kerry Thomas, Michael Troop, Alan Bernard, all our comrades like Warren Murray is there this evening right now as we speak.
All
They
right.
are there right now. So big up to everyone who's there. And everybody who is from St. James, remember to put your X beside the head.
All right. Straight up. All right. Melting Pot, take it away.
Hello to everyone out there tonight. Hope you are in good health and in high spirit. Tonight will be a real revelation night, as we divulge into a lot of corruption. And I mean, corruption that some of you might do even hear about as yet. So we're gonna break the news to you guys. So I just want to big up everyone out there. I want to also extend greetings to the panelists tonight, Lady Pink, yeah, as usual, representing the West. Pastor Ricky, our dear beloved pastor, with a very powerful and enriched opening message. I also like to big up the host, Lord Byron, alongside his beautiful wife, Lady Anne Marie, our technical director. And I so I want to say good night to Mr. Rattigan. Man, where him sit down, but him sit down strong. So that's just the greetings tonight. But big up all the people, them comrade blood and fire, comrade them right across the length and breadth of Jamaica. More so in the Kingston 13 division, Angela Burke, Mama P, whole stomping ground. Yeah, so tonight is a night where the panel big. So now we'll go through all the list of event them and stuff forth like naming out places. So everyone take the greetings and the one of the word is love.
And blessings to our former senior director FBI, Rattigan, in the space. And we are happy for Rattigan to be in the space. Rattigan, meet and greet your people.
Blessings, everybody. Good night, good night. Listen, Pinks, big up yourself. Melting pot, still so. Pastor Ricky.
What on the ratty? I want if a Barry Wright tune in a while ago,
No.
Take it away, my brother. Take it away.
Lady Anne Marie, Lord Byron, and everybody in the chat. Lord Byron said that in corruption confused. I am corruption confused. I sleep only 3 hours a night, and now I'm down to 2 because of the corruption. I have a small team working with me, and they're uncovering a tremendous amount of information. And they've assured me that by Saturday they should have a finished product. Last week we did part 1 on the rural school bus program. This Saturday we're going to do part 2, and part 2 is going to be explosive. We're just confirming some of the information right now, and we will see what happens. So everybody in the chat, big up on yourself. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ratty. All right, so let me begin. Oh, Pastor Ricky. Oh, sorry about that, Pastor Ricky. Go ahead.
You're mute. You're mute, Pastor Ricky.
You're mute, Pastor Ricky.
I'm sorry. Good night again, Sir Byron, Lady Anne Marie, the dynamic duo, Mystic Sensation family in the chat. Lady Pinks, Sir Rattigan, generals across the UK, Sir Melton Pot the Hammer. We are grateful to be in the land of the living that the good Lord has blessed us with. The last time I read Psalms 24, it says the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof, meaning that this earth belongs to God and no politician. And so tonight, I am so excited to be a part of the People's National Party. I'm a proud socialist, Michael Manley-ites, no doubt about that. And I'm very happy and excited that Carmelita Mark Golden will be the next Prime Minister of Jamaica whenever they call the election. One in this earth can stop that. He was ordained for such a time as this by the good Lord. And I'm excited to tell the people, put the X beside the head. There's only two political parties in Jamaica as we're speaking that can win this election. But because of criminality and corruption, the people sentiments have turned from this government and has turned to the People's National. The general election last year shows breakage and the dam of the Jamaica Labour Party start leaking. And so we know without a doubt that you cannot vote for a country. You have to vote for a political party. It is your civic duty. It is your constitutional right to go out and vote. Don't stay home. Don't make nobody cause you to sell your vote, to stay home, or to vote for them. Vote for the People's National Party, the only party that is going to win and the only party that's going to represent the people of Jamaica. No third party can win this. I say this with boldness and authority because the third party had an opportunity in the local government election last year and they flopped. The third party had 5 by-elections and none of their candidates won any of them. So that tells you and I, from an analytical standpoint, that the viable party to win this election is the People's National Party. And I am so proud, and I will ever defend the People's National Party against anybody, because the People's National Party is for the people. Land ownership, rent to own, the East program for your little children, them go school and get food, the right program for your children. I mean, I can go on, but for the sake of time, the People's National Party is the hope for Jamaica right now. And I say that with all boldness. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
Thank you very much for that, Pastor Ricky. Wonderful endorsed message. Okay, wife is just going to correct a link that he sent out as it relates to Pastor Ricky thing.
Okay, so Amanda, thank you for letting me know that. So the link that was pinned was actually the link to one of the programs that we have. Sorry about that. So I have corrected it. So the link for Pastor Ricky's channel is pinned at the top of the page. So you can click on it and it will take you. For those who were trying and it took you somewhere else, it is corrected now. So once you click on it, it will take you to your destination and you can show some love over there.
All right. So please retry the link again as it relates to Pastor Ricky link, right? And have it.
Thank you so much, Lady and Sir Byron, for your endorsement. I really appreciate the love.
All right. Okay, blessings, my brother. Now, Jamaica, let us talk our business. And Mr. Cliff Hughes, I want to speak to you in peace. I come in peace tonight because we have seen that Andrew Holness has sent you out, right, to campaign and collect so-called polling statistical data. Now, let me tell you something. There is no green poll, green dot poll, or any blue dot poll can save Andrew Holness. The lie of the PIOJ cannot save Andrew Holness from losing this election. Adan Anderson, right, And of course, I respected Dan Anderson. Right? Cannot give Andrew Holness any victory. And no other person who reading Interpol will be able to give Andrew Holness this victory. And what we are going to show tonight and expose tonight, we are talking to critical thinkers, and I'm asking the electorate to lend me their ears tonight in terms of what we are going to reveal. The corruption plus corruption, and, you know, as it relates to the evidence that we will be presenting, we are always asking, right, for any persons who want to come and challenge us on the platform, right, as it relates to facts, not fiction. Not you talking something out of your mouth and you don't have any evidence to support that. We are talking about evidence, tangible evidence. Now, let us finish with that. Last week when I was here, and you know, the bus situation, I'm glad that that Brother Rattigan is going to expose it. But I am not going to touch the bus situation. Right? And here why I'm not going to touch the bus situation. I have already told Jamaica that no matter what Darrell Valls had done, the high level of criminality. Remember, I told you last week that Andrew Holness cannot touch Darrell Valls. You're crazy people. Andrew Holness cannot discipline Darrell Valls. As a matter of fact, Andrew Holness cannot discipline not one person in his party. Cannot discipline Dalrymple, cannot discipline Darrell Valls. And why? I would presume that every single Jamaican who following this channel would have known why. Because Andrew Holness is the head of corruption. Andrew Holness is running a kleptocratic government. So then, Andrew Holness, no matter how Darrell Valls shame him with his level of greed, Andrew Holness cannot discipline Darrell Valls. Nobody can touch Darrell Valls. Right? And so then, Darrell Valls still doubling down with his level of corruption because he knows that he has Andrew Holness balls in his hands. And all he has to do if Andrew Holness speak too loud is to squeeze it. And Andrew Holness doesn't want his balls to squeeze. Now, let us rest that for a while. And we are going to get into the art of the corruption. So we are going to visit healthcare. Now, without any delay, let me just show Jamaica as it relates to what Tufton is saying about healthcare. And let me give a scenario here. This scenario seems like you have a man poking a knife through your flesh and asking you if you feel it. This is what Tufton is doing with the healthcare. Poking a knife into the Jamaican flesh and asking the Jamaicans if they feel it. Well, Tufton, we are going to show you the level of wickedness. And let me say this. Trust me. Dunstan Bryan, who was the permanent secretary, who had run gone, because Dunstan Bryan knew very well that he is going to be under investigation and it is going to be serious. So Tufton and Andrew Holness allowed Dunstan to take off, to take away himself. People, we have the evidence. We have the evidence. Now, let us listen to Mr. Tufton. Without any delay on it, let us bring up our first play for our wonderful people who want the facts, not fiction. Thank you, wifey. Let us give them that so that they can see where we are going. Our healthcare, my Jamaican people, is in a crisis. So let us hear Mr. Tufton.
Labor rights, one and all. Settle down a little bit, settle down a little bit. You all look green and fresh in the place. Pick up yourself, labor rights. Show up. Let me begin by recognizing my colleagues in front of me, Deputy Prime Minister Chang, my colleague ministers, Davis, senators, and of course, the lady of the moment, your member of parliament, minister of government, nationalist, loyalist, hardworking, Marlene Malahu Ford. I'm going to get straight to the point. And I'm going to say to you and to all listening out there, that the people of West Central St. James are better off in terms of health services because of Marlene Malahu Ford, because of Andrew Holness, and because of the Jamaica Labour Party. There are 3 health centers in West Central St. James: Tower Hill, Catherine Hall, and Granville. Over the last couple of years, Catherine Hall Health Center has benefited from a $65 million upgrade. And those who know that health center will agree with me. Granville has benefited from a $48 million upgrade. And next month, under Labour, Tower Hill will begin a major upgrade and expansion under your member of parliament and the Jamaica Labour Party. So when you drive up to Catherine Hall now, you get better parking. When you open the door, the AC lick you. You never used to have that before. Doctors have more areas now to deal with patients. Bigger waiting area. TV in front of you to keep your time. Bathrooms that are clean, well-tiled, toilet can flush. And for staff, new kitchenette for them to have their meals, to relax and to work and to serve you well. That is the new standard that the Jamaica Labour Party under Andrew Holness and your member of parliament and myself
Take him away,
established for primary health care.
The new standard in terms of a first-class healthcare system that Tufton had described. But when you look, Leroy Clark got up and flew to the United States to get that good health care. Leroy Clark, the Deputy Speaker of the House, is saying to us, oh, I do agree with Tufton. The Jamaica healthcare system is wonderful. And as a result of it being wonderful, I'm not going to use it. I'm going to go to the United States to get good health care. Make it make sense. Make it make sense, people. Not only that, Andrew Holness-led government is the only government that under his administration, United States Travel Advisory Level 3 has been issued as it relates to healthcare. So make that make sense in terms of the picture that, you know, Tufton is shaping. But hold on to Tufton. Since you shape that picture, let us go to number 2. Without any delay, look at this, Tufton. You had shaped a fabulous healthcare to us. The lies that you continue to be telling Jamaican people and the disrespect that you have towards the Jamaican people, believing that the Jamaican people are nincompoops. But my Jamaican people, here's the reality that we are facing. Look at this level of disgrace right here, people. I heard today that it's over a few months now the washing machine at St. Anne's Bay Hospital not working. It never said. It break down for a day, people. We have to read it correctly. Over a few months, the washing machine at St. Anne's Bay Hospital not working. They were sending linen to Montego Bay and health place, etc. But only a small amount in addition, the nurse says, linen is piled up outside with flies and maggots. People, I want you to imagine this. Tufton, who we had just heard saying that Andrew Holness administration, as it relates to Marlin Mallow Ford, agreed that we have a healthy healthcare system. And here it is, people. They were sending linen to Montego Bay, but only a small amount in addition. The nurse say the linen was piled up outside with flies and maggots. Mighty God. Cornwall Original is only taking a small amount of the dirty linen. The staff have to be using their hand to pre-wash.
Oh my God.
Now, can you imagine? Now, we are going to get to somewhere in
infectious stuff.
Cornwall Original is only taking a small amount of the dirty linen. The staffs have to be using their hands to pre-wash, exposing themselves to germs, bacteria, and all sorts of things. Tufton from time to time brags that his administration is the only administration that spend the most on healthcare. But Mr. Tufton, you stop right there, because you are traveling down that avenue. You stop right there. From out of your mouth, that it is your administration who has spent the most. Now, there are bags of stored linen piled up in the laundry. Piled up in the laundry and at the back of the laundry building. Jamaica, now you understand why so many deaths happening in our hospital crisis. Now, people, look at there's a picture. Evidence that the persons who are speaking of this, they are not telling any lies. Photographic evidence. And of course, Tufton had described to us a first-class healthcare system. Right? And so then, Eli Clark would have proven his point in leaving the first-class healthcare system to United States to get better care. Now let us take away that, because we are juggling. I'm setting the background for the panel. Right? Yeah, you know what the opening batsman is going to deal with him. Let us go to other issues that's seriously affecting our healthcare. The crisis of the Jamaica Labour Party administration. The pilfering. The billions of dollars being missing. And the billions that so-called spent. A Cornwall Original Hospital started in its genesis of refurbishing $2 billion. Today, what we have at $24 billion now in projection. Now in projection, leaving from $2 billion. And what do we have as it relates to the Western Regional Children's Hospital? We have a buffoon as project manager, getting millions of dollars to do what? no certification in project managing. And there is where taxpayers' money going to him because he's vlogging. Chopper John is vlogging for the Jamaica Labour Party. And the Jamaica healthcare is in crisis. What is the status as we speak relating to the Western Regional Hospital where Chopper John is a project manager? Make it make sense, people. Make it make sense. Now let us show other areas of worrisomeness that bring to our healthcare. Let us go to the next document. Now, Jamaican people, I am talking to the voters, the undecided, to look at what I am presenting tonight. Use your critical thinking. Right? This has never happened in the People's National Party time or any other government prior to Andrew Holness administration. Has never happened before. Let us play that.
Concerns are mounting over the state of Jamaica's healthcare system as allegations of hazardous mold at Kingston Public Hospital spark a heated political clash.
The opposition is calling it a crisis, while the government insists the issue is already being handled. But with the operating rooms affected and patient care disrupted, the debate seems far from over. A political and medical clash over Jamaica's public healthcare system is deepening, with opposition spokesperson on health, Dr. Alfred Dawes, expressing sharp disappointment in newly appointed government senator Dr. Elon Thompson. Dawes has accused Thompson of downplaying what he calls a crisis at Kingston Public Hospital, where alleged mold contamination has disrupted hospital operations. On Tuesday, Dr. Dawes sounded the alarm, claiming operating theaters had been shut down due to hazardous mold, putting patients at risk. But by Wednesday, Senator Dr. Thompson fired back, accusing Dr. Dawes of politicizing an issue the health ministry was already addressing. On Thursday, Dr. Dawes countered, calling his colleague's response disheartening and urging him not to let politics cloud his professional integrity.
Elon and I didn't enter this profession because it was easy or popular. We entered it because we believe in service, in putting people first, and in defending lives above all else. That is why it is deeply disappointing to see someone with his reputation allow politics to cloud the clarity of that calling. This is bigger than party lines. It's about people.
Dr. Dawes says Dr. Thompson, a respected figure in medicine, risks damaging his hard-earned reputation by downplaying the severity of the issue.
This appointment to the Senate was a tremendous opportunity for Elon, not just to add credibility to the government's narrative, but to rise above it. It was a chance to show that he answers to a higher calling, the well-being of the Jamaican people. But if defending the indefensible becomes the price of political involvement, he risks losing the very integrity that his patients and peers have long admired.
All right,
but Senator Thompson isn't backing down. On Wednesday, he insisted the government...
We are going to set the table for the panel. Now let me explain this. The level of corruption that we are looking on Andrew Holness. Let me speak to the electorate. That Andrew Holness used nepotism and cronyism. And definitely override the procurement system. And as a result of that, you have seen $3 trillion unaccounted for as a result of what Andrew Holness administration have done. This is premeditated. This is the reason why Andrew Holness and none of his members of parliament had signed the code of conduct because they knew very well what they wanted to do. To come in and live on the backs of taxpayers. I am going to show you the calamity of what is happening to the healthcare. And they know, and this is one of the reasons why they are fighting hard not to come out of power, because they know that when the People's National Party comes in power, all the ministries will be forensic audited. And trust me, Jamaica is going to hear things that, believe you me. Now let me give you a glimpse of what you are going to hear as it relates to the healthcare. Not the other ministries, as it relates to the healthcare. I am giving you a glimpse of what you are going to see. Let us bring up the next document to show you the level of corruption and the thievery that is happening as it relates to Andrew Holness. As it relates to Andrew Holness, the level of thievery. Now, people, look at this, and this is no joke. And so then, Dunstan Bryan, right, who was the permanent secretary, right, had left the country. They plan to have Dunstan Bryan left the country and now have Green as permanent secretary. The cabinet secretary, Audrey Sewell, you are going to answer for all of these things. Now let us look, people. Let me show you what is to come, why the Jamaica Labour Party is fighting to stay in power. They are not fighting to stay in power to represent Jamaican people. They are fighting to stay into power in terms of what I'm going to read to you, what is going to about to come to light. Now look at this paper. Tardy accounts, black assessment of 700 billion spent by Health Ministry. Let us get into that. June 20, 2024. Let us get into the meat of this. Jamaican taxpayers and Parliament are still unable to assess how the Ministry of Health and Wellness spent almost 700 billion in public resources allocated to the ministry over a 10-year period, owing to the apparent failure by Permanent Secretary Dunstan Bryan to submit the appropriation account to the Auditor General in keeping with the Financial Administration and Audit, FAA Act. Let me explain that. My Jamaican people, the appropriation account is a report that needs to be submitted on an annual basis. The appropriation account speaks of all the expenditures being spent, so it can be tracked, so one can understand how the money being spent. Over 10 years, people, over 10 years, Dunstan Bryan, who was the permanent secretary, as I said, the procurement rules being manipulated by Andrew Holness, the permanent secretary, Dunstan Bryan, and Audrey Sewell would have finally approved what Dunstan Bryan approved. So you see the connection, people, from Dunstan Bryan to Audrey Sewell to the Ministry of Health, Tufton. And remember, no food now go eat and Andrew no eat too, People, if you know, so no food is not going to be eaten, and Andrew Holness don't eat. So I'm going to show the people and the corruption what is going on. Let us read on. A Gleaner query to the Auditor General's Department and Tuesday revealed that backlog of appropriation accounts that have been flagged, people, let me read back over, have been flagged in successive annual reports of the Auditor General are yet to be submitted for review. Dunstan Bryan can't submit it. Oh, if you submit it and then we find bangarang in it. Dunstan Bryan can't submit it. So to the fact that Dunstan Bryan being called upon and under this pressure, Dunstan Bryan took one shot. Dunstan Bryan took away himself because he knew Dunstan Bryan knew the bangarang and the conundrum that he's in. Let us go further, my people. Janet Calder, Executive Director of Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, JAM, said she is not surprised that there is no progress at the Health Ministry regarding its legal obligation to account for the money the public has provided over the last 10 years. Take that away. I only want Jamaica to understand the level of pilfering as to why Dunstan Bryan took away himself. And nobody knows where is Dunstan Bryan. All of a sudden, Dunstan Bryan take time, ease out of the Ministry of Health and gone, not answering any of these questions. And so then, I want the electorate now to understand what we are saying. There is no Dunstan Bryan to answer what happened to the appropriation account. And then you can ask Green because Green newly appointed. Only see the trick where Andrew Wallace and a chronic criminal friend them are doing. They made Dunstan Bryan slide and left the island runway gone and put in Green because Dunstan Bryan, right, over the 10-year period, cannot submit the appropriation account. And you can't ask Green anything because Green don't know anything about any appropriation account. Green just came in. Green just came in. Honestly, the corruption people, more Jamaica people understand the corruption. You know? So without any delay, Batsman, face the crease with the first bouncer.
Yes, good night again to all in the panel and to everyone out there tuning in. Tonight is a very, very sad night because when we talk about health, we talk about people's life. But when we look at $700 billion over a 10-year period, and we don't see nothing worthwhile of any consequence to show for that, that just tells us the state of affairs that Jamaica is in, and likewise the Ministry of Health. Now, every time I hear tough tongue open the mouth, it's like a basket carrying water. Trust me, people. It never have nothing to say in regards to the state of affairs as it relates to the health system in Jamaica. He's always on a gallivanting fanfare discussing matters that are not relevant in terms of remedial care in the health system. Now, when Tough Tongue went talk about 3 health center, Granville, yeah, him have Tower Hill and Catherine Hall. What I want to hear Tough Tongue talk about as a matter of priority is Cornwall Regional Hospital that has been at the forefront of their administration over 9.5 years, which has not been completed almost over 2-term political leadership. So that is cause for concern. And I mean, coming out now and, lavishly speaking about 3 healthcare centers, nothing is wrong. Nothing is wrong because healthcare center is needed to offload some of the burden on the, mainstream hospital. But then to make mention of AC and car parking and, I don't get that, Tough Tongue. I don't get that. Because I know the health system need a lot of machinery tools to begin with. Right? And those are the tools that is required to save life. We don't want to hear about no AC breeze. We don't want to hear about no car park because we bring in the car park to start charge the customer them. You understand? It's a money making thing. But we soon get to that on a different segment. What we are talking about now is a crisis that we are privy to as it relates to St. Ann Bay Hospital, where the linen have not been taken care of over an extended period of time, where we find flies and maggot now becoming a part of the hospital, which doesn't spell good for people's health. The fact of the matter that you allow the washing machine to be out of service speaks volume of your inability to be the Minister of Health in Jamaica. Too many things have gone wrong under your tenure as it relates to lots of things being broken down. You understand? Where we find hospital contracting mold, where we find suitable bed not being available, patient having to be lying down on cardboard, water coming from ceiling. No, the list is too much, you know. But what is very, very demanding is the fact that $700 billion over a 10-year period has gone astray. And so the authority, whoever is in charge, has to be held accountable. Now we are looking at a list of people. We are looking at a list of people now who we can say have hand and foot in this scamming. We are going at the hospital as it relates to all of this $700 billion gone missing. Because I said gone missing now, I don't see no work for it. Now, when you look at Dunstan Bryan as a man who is a permanent secretary, but on film table sit a backlog of appropriation account. Now that is a recipe for disaster, because I tell you that there's no accountability within the sector. And so it raises eyebrow. Why? If I'm being employed to do a job and being well paid, then I must get on with the job. There's no way I am going to have vital documents sitting on my desk or in my drawer somewhere. It would have to be submitted to the relevant authority so that the proper appropriation of how the sector is being funded can be ascertained. So we are looking at some players that are very questionable in regards to fraud. I'm looking at a fraud committed right now. And so we have to look at Dunstan Bryan. We need to take a look at R.J. Sewell as the cabinet secretary. Yeah. And we need to look at Tufton. We need to look at Andrew Holness. And, there might be a few more players as well. But these are the four main players I'm looking at right now. Or five, should I say. Because Andrew Holness, as we all know, is the master of all corruption. Nobody in his party can break the law if you don't want them to break the law.
Exactly.
He's in charge of that party. So when we see people misappropriating taxpayers' money and we don't hear from the leader who is in charge of these pack of wolves, then, we have to beg us to believe. Why? Why we're not hearing from Andrew Holness? Is it because Andrew Holness has so much on in all these corruption why we're not hearing from him? Andrew Holness need to come out and speak to the Jamaican citizen, because it's a Jamaican citizen. Money is at stake. The taxpayers are badly, put out a pocket, so to speak. And these men are getting richer and wealthier as the day goes by, because this is why they did not sign the code of conduct. This is why Andrew Holness eliminate that, The code of conduct should be a simple document that everyone should sign. They should have even signed it before they even swear in. So we have a problem. We have a big problem in Jamaica. When a leader of a country can refuse to sign the code of conduct along with his other members, which in total is 49 of them, that is a big problem. That simply means we have 49 criminal.
Definitely so.
We have 49 criminal from within the Jamaica liar, lazy, lunatic party. No two ways about that. And so these people must be held accountable and must be charged by all means. And I know Andrew Wallace is quite well aware of that. That is what is at the bottom line waiting for him. And so he is afraid to call the date for the general election.
Exactly.
People, Andrew Wallace claims that he's a chess player.
No, he's
But
not.
no game can ever play with a general election. It's either or either. Either you call it or we dissolve it. Simple.
Call it or we dissolve it.
Right. So you can play around, yeah, with the leadership of the country as if it belongs to you. You're a servant of the people and you have let the entire Jamaica population down. Even the labor rights are calling for you to go. It is coming loud and clear from a very strong point in your political party, a community that has never relinquished its idea and its image. But even them now have something coming for you, Andrew Wallace. I can tell you, it will be a shockwave in Jamaica when that division goes. Because the people realize for too long that you have been pilfering the taxpayers' money and you've been doing all type of bogus government, not real government, bogus government practice. And you allow the other 48 members them to carry on because they know you are the main players and everybody is following suit. And you cannot say anything. As our host Byron rightly said, you can't discipline no one from within the party. And it is a reason why you cannot discipline them. And it is plain and obvious to every Jamaican, the reason, because Jamaican, you know, we might not be very educated in terms of certificate to show, but we are sensible people because we have civics minded people in Jamaica society. And words get around. Everybody know, Andrew, that you've been stealing the money. Overseas counterpart know as well. And you are not ashamed of the crime that you have been committing over the 9.5 years. And I mean, this is just this period. It goes back into your early days from under the Bruce Golden administration. But since you take the reign fully, it's like a rolling calf. You're like a rolling calf. And I must also say to the people them who are running church, do not allow Andrew Wallace to come inside of the church of worship and display his type of garbage that he went on with recently. Speaking out of terms, talking politics in church, and criticizing his opponent. I think the churches need to stop inviting this criminal prime minister. Seventh-day Adventist Church should also remove him as a member because he's a disgrace to the Seventh-day Adventists. So I'm calling on civic society to call for Andrew Wallace to be arrested. Please. It has gone too far now. And I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
All right. And of course, you know that we are going to have to sandwich the lady Pinks, right? So, Empress Pinks, take on the button.
Yes, Uncle Byron. I would like to remind our voters that we have exactly 50 days left for this government to be over. 50 days left in their governance. No,
Right.
according to Tufton. According to Tufton and his three health centers in West Central St. James. He said he spent 65 million on Catherine Hall and 48 million on Granville. Together, that is $130 million. Tufton, we need to see the books and the accounts on that, and that will be audited when you are removed from office because you will not be there in by October. All right. We talk about the issue with the St. Anne's Bay Hospital and the laundry from the hospital. But I understand also that gas, the gas was also finished at another hospital, and they gave the people, the patients, dry goods like couple crackers, a slice of tomato, and a piece of cabbage leaf in a box as a
Wow.
meal.
And this
And this is
crazy.
a health sector that is supposed to provide food once you're a patient on a ward, you're taking medication, you're healing, and you need a healthy and balanced diet to help you get better. And all they could provide is some crackers, slice of tomato, and a piece of lettuce or cabbage in the box. Now, why are we surprised about this kind of behavior when we all witness when some doctors from overseas, Jamaicans, volunteered their time, came to Jamaica at the Bustamante Hospital to do operations on children here in Jamaica,
Spinal
only to have the theaters not having working AC. And Tufton, in a nonchalant way, said, little girl can get her operation up by Yui, by the half a doctor, the same one that operated on the GG, who is missing since his operation, right? Then when we look at how Tufton was so careless about that, and when the doctors left Jamaica, right? He was, as a matter of fact, he was upset that they came out and blasted him and made it publicly known what he's doing, that the theaters do not have any air condition. All right. He was upset about that, right? But yet, a few weeks after that incident, Tufton had a book released. So I remember that. And the money that printed those books came from a grant from the Chase funds. So it's more important to Tufton as our Minister of Health and Wellness to have books printed from the Chase funds grant than to provide air conditions in our operating theaters and providing gas for the kitchen or the canteen for our hospitals and for providing working washing machines for our hospitals to do their laundry. So printing the books, Tufton, is far more important than these little issues. The same way he has treated us in the Cornwall Regional Hospital, where the admin office was open, ACs, big TV, nice furniture, and everything like that in the administration office of the hospital. Yet the same hospital lacks bed, X-ray machines, and all the vital machines required in a hospital. So their priorities are wrong. So it's either they have a mental problem or they have a substance abuse problem because nobody in their right and conscious sober mind would put a hospital administration office as a priority over beds. The last viral video that went out from Cornwall Regional Hospital was done by a comrade brother from outer Hanover, who I know quite well. All right? And he did not lie when he showed people on cardboard boxes, people sitting in chairs in the same time period when the admin office was open at the Cornwall Regional Hospital. And we should not deny or try to hide the fact that one of the reasons that this bill for Cornwall is so high is because we the taxpayers, are paying rent for construction equipment that is owned by the Prime Minister and his wife. Not to mention the fact that we have a cook, a corner shop cook, as project manager for a Western Children and Adolescent Hospital being constructed.
It's crazy.
And what his nickname is? Chopper John. Chopper John. That's his nickname. Chopper means thief or a scammer. John means latrine, pit latrine.
So scamming latrine.
So this is what Tufton has reduced us to. He has put our healthcare system in the hands of a man who is a scammer and who is a latrine and who is a cook. So Tufton, are you mentally unstable or are you on some substance? I have to ask these questions because no sober person. I am going to be the bold Jamaican to ask you to answer to me as a Jamaican who pay my taxes here. And when I open my window, I look at Cornwall Regional Hospital as a monument, a white elephant. Every morning, every day it stands there as a monument to your slackness because you're drunk with power. You are drunk with power. You are drunk with lies and the same way up to today, Tufton, you are the only person we know in Jamaica who is popular, who had an accident, and even until this day, we still cannot see any at the scene crime photos of the accident. We only see you in a bed with the person who hit you off your bicycle. Every other accident happens in Jamaica, they're always at the scene accident pictures. Where are yours? Yet you came into parliament with a foot cast, and the next thing you hear this and you hear that. Looking sympathy from us. What about the sympathy for us, the Jamaicans? Your brethren, Hero Clark, is sick. And where did he go to get treatment? In America. In America. If the health system is good here, why did he fly out? The only reason other people like Horace Strong might stay here and get treatment because he can't fly out. You understand me? And the healthcare system is not a GLP healthcare system or a PNP healthcare system. The patients are Jamaicans. The children who died, the premature babies, they are Jamaicans. And when we look at the amount of newborn babies or premature babies that died under your administration in 1 year, I said it already on this program, on another show. The amount is over 200 babies that died. That is one graduation class, that's one high school class for one high school. Because when you look at the graduation class presently in 2025, one graduation class is over 200 students. So 200 babies or more That's one graduation class, one generation. So all those babies that died, those babies lost their future. You ask us to choose Jamaica. Did you ask these babies and their mothers to choose the healthcare system that you provide for them? Did you give them a choice? You did not give them a choice to live. These babies did not get a choice to live. These babies are future doctors, or future lawyers, or future masons, or future engineers, or future nurses, or future teachers, and you murder them. I will not be polite anymore. I will not be dancing around the issue. I am. I will stop being politically correct. You murdered these children. All these premature babies, they were murdered by you. Their blood is on your shoulder. But you are deaf. You are deaf, Tufton. And Andrew Holness, if you have a mental issue, you have 50 days left in your governance. Stop hiding from it. You have to face us one way or the other. We need to go back to the days where cattle nine and people get stoned in the square for what you've been doing to us right now. This is how angry I am right now. We need to put you in Sam Sharp Square, you and Tufton, tar you and feather you, and put you in stock. And people throw rotten cabbage and tomatoes on you. This is how I feel right now as a Jamaican. I live here. I see the pain and the anguish of our Jamaicans every day. And I will not stay here and tolerate it anymore. You call the election, Andrew. Call it. We're tired of you. I yield the floor to someone else.
No, it's just a little, press on my heart there, with bleeding eyes, with many mothers. Sister Pinks are just taking us down memory lane as it relates to those babies, who died as a result of systems that failed them, the negligence. So, of course, let us hear Pastor Ricky, and then we go down to, of course, none other than Ratty. So, Ratty, let's go and relax. Right on town. All right, Pastor Ricky.
Well, he's a failure, just like the Prime Minister is a failure. Both Tufton and the Prime Minister and the Jamaica Labour Party is a failure. If you don't have a healthy people, you will not have a healthy nation. And if you don't have a healthy nation, you will have a failed nation. This criminal that we have as a minister of health, when I knew he was a criminal, it registered on me for the first time, was during the height of the pandemic, where he went in a community and the people were asking him for water. Water is something that is very vital and critical to the survival of human beings. And if you don't have water to drink and get dehydrated for X amount of days, it can start shutting down organs. It can cause you to die. And you know what this criminal look at the people them and tell them say, oh, the only way we're not gonna get water on have to take the joke. That's when I realized we have a criminal at the head of our healthcare system. And this guy is responsible. Infant mortality is at an all-time high under his watch. We're talking about the babies, but more babies. This was from 2023 to present, till June. But prior to that, more babies died under his watch, his government. The birth mortality for pregnant mothers who gave birth, a lot of them died in childbirth. And you might say, well, Pastor and Mystic Sensation and panel, this happened in every country. True. But what makes this serious is that he kept silent about it and never addressed it. He claimed that he has spent $80 billion to increase the Ministry of Health budget from $60 billion to $140 billion over the 9-year period. But yet we see where patients don't have any bed, they don't have medications, family members have to go buy medications and bring to the hospital for their loved ones who's in the hospital. And yet we see on videos where one lady is saying that she bought medication for her mother and they took it and give it to another patient. We are witnessing an inhumane crisis in Jamaica. This is not standard care. This is inhumane care. These are the lives of people that are hanging in the balance because of a criminal prime minister and a criminal minister of health who's uncaring and does not care about the life or the well-being of the people of Jamaica. And they should be held accountable. We have seen videos of rodents, rats in the hospital competing with the staff for space. And we have seen rodents, rats running around patient beds, which is it's hazardous to their health, especially those who are in isolation. And Lady Anne-Marie can confirm if I'm wrong or right. When a patient is in isolation, everything has to be sterilized. And we see mildew in a Spanish Town and KPH and other hospital. Right now, we saw a report today that air conditioning in Cornwall Regional Hospital is off.
Wow.
You can't do operations if you don't have AC running because you don't want the doctors to sweat and the sweat drop into the patient wound. That can cause an infection for the patient. More people die in hospital post-surgery because of infections. And if you not have air conditioner are running out of hospital, in other patient them room after them come out of surgery and in the operating room, that's a recipe for high mortality. And then on top of that, this criminal, one of his council member, have a funeral home. And we understand from public news sources that this criminal has a certain percentage in these in Orchard funeral home. So his agenda is not about the well-being of the people to improve health and to save life. His agenda is to ensure that the people don't have the standard care to save life. Why? Because when them dead, send them over Archer. Archer have the big contract for all of the funeral home them from the hospital in Jamaica. And Archer is one of his counselor in his constituent. So we seen the puzzle and the picture that is shaping that we have a health system that is a failure. When the Canadian government, the UK government, and the American government in 2023 and 2024, and even this year, when all three first world country government can implement a travel advisory that never happened before in the history of Jamaica.
Never.
And want their citizens to reconsider traveling to Jamaica because of out of control crime and poor health care. That the travel advisor, and I've read it many times, it stated specifically that the Jamaica healthcare system requires that you will have to wait long to get care and possible die. But you can go to a private doctor, but you have to pay money up front. So they advise their citizens to reconsider traveling to Jamaica. And for 2 years, them beg, them plead, them bow with the US, the UK, and Canada to reduce it. And we know the story of how they reduced it from level 3 to reconsider, and now it's at level 2. But yet, 12 out of the 14 parishes have a level 4, meaning that don't go, period. Drive past them, not stop nowhere at all. So when we look at the healthcare system in Jamaica, let us be honest. I am glad God called me to preach the gospel, because everybody who know me can tell you so. When me in the pulpit, I preach. Me no sugarcoat nothing. Me no water down nothing. Me tell it like it is. So right now, we have a healthcare system that is a failure because we have a Minister of Health who's not a medical doctor. He does not understand what hospital care is all about, patient care, patient advocacy, and all of the intricacies that come with providing care for patient. We have been waiting a real medical doctor, Dr. Dawes, who we can't wait to take the reins of the healthcare ministry. And Dr. Dawes have been sounding the alarm of all the failures. Finally, Sir Byron and everybody, Tough Time come out now, and I said, even the document where he does show him, I said, today him just learn of the linen problem and the washing machine. I lie, man, tell. This guy is a pathological liar. If you have in your house and you close them and pile up on them dirty and you don't wash them, as the Minister of Health, I'm supposed to get daily communication from the administrators of each hospital that's under his portfolio. So I'm supposed to know if I'm in a communication with them. Finally, him come out now and I said the healthcare system is a crisis. And why him say that? You're my blame. America. He must say, America, there's a suction that's taking away the healthcare professionals. When this criminals under pressure, and when them criminal prime minister and me said, I want to apologize, them bow to Marco Rubio and Trump and get rid of the Cuban doctor them. Furthermore, I spoke to a nurse today that was working in Jamaica as a nurse. And she just came up Friday to the United States. And she told me specifically that the nurses that left Jamaica did not go to America. They went to Canada and the UK. And they left Jamaica because of poor salary. The package that they have, they can't survive off of it. People want better, so them look for greener pastures and greener grass. We see healthcare workers, doctors, and nurses wearing black uniform in protest of not getting their pay that they're deserving to get. So when this criminal come out and attack, him can't fool none of we around here, so. Him can't fool the people them at Jamaica. You know why? Them don't put up no statistics. So you put up documents, videos, clips. Them just run to the microphone and talk and don't put up no evidence, no proof, no data, no analysis, and just spew stuff out of their mouth and expect people to hold on to it. But we run us some, especially me. We not do that. We are going to come and counteract them lies and them agenda. And we not support none of them criminals that the whole of them soon gone to prison. And last point, you show $700 billion missing are accounted for, are chopped, are stolen. But the Auditor General released a report every December. She released a report. Miss Ellis, Pamela Ellis Monroe. She released a report every December, and the last report she released showed that $830 billion stolen from the healthcare ministry. It just need 170 billion more for become 1 trillion out of the 3 trillion.
That is correct.
So when them are thief money out of the healthcare system, this is why we don't have no beds, we don't have no medication, no ventilation machine, no x-ray, no CT scan, no ambulance. Tourists are dropped down in a Sangsa International Airport with no ambulance for help them, rush them to the doctor, the hospital. It's a crying shame. If this criminal was in America or any first world country, straight up prison gone, and he would have to resign. We not support them thing that's inhumane. Me can't understand how people have good conscience. I support this government and I claim say this government is the best government. When we look at the healthcare system, if we have a God forbid right now and we have a massive tragedy in Jamaica, like an earthquake or a tsunami, or anything of a magnitude that cause mass casualty, everybody ever dead. Because what? Them not have no equipment, no medication. And I'm sorry to say it like that, but it's the truth. One thing about me, I gotta always tell the truth. Who vex. But Jamaica can't handle a crisis right now. Because them not gonna survive it because of the poor healthcare system. And when you have a criminal pathological liar, a health minister, and a prime minister who's uncaring, around one and talk about this is the best government. People, when open the eyes, man, and look what I'm going. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
Well, thank you for that, Pastor Ricky. You can see the passion, right, exhibiting from Pastor Ricky there. But, I mean, the information, right, is factual. Everything that Pastor Ricky said is true. And let us say welcome, Sister Maria and Mystic Sensation. How are you doing? Let us give you the platform to meet and greet, you know, and then of course, return the heat to Brother Rattigan and then get back to you. All right, so
yeah.
Face to meet and greet your wonderful people.
Greetings and good evening to everybody. All the panel. Anne-Marie, much love. Pastor Ricky, hallelujah. Pinky Skew, go on. Melting pot. You're really melting pot because you're up this time of morning. And Rattigan, Brother Rattigan. Much love to everybody. And to everybody in the chat, a blessed Tuesday evening. And it is good to be back in this space, Byron. And let's dissect this and see how best we can inform, educate, and edify the Jamaican people to be better voters, informed voters, and vote for their interest, not against their interest.
Yes, I think we are going to, for this time around, as it relates to the general election, we are definitely out marching to reduce voters' apathy. And I am telling you that the current leader is going around, and I'm telling you, every stop that the current leader stop, right? Pink Stew can tell you, you know, we witness the energy around the current leader. So I tell you, say Jamaica, love him bad. And trust me, he's going to deliver. Without any delay, let us go to, of course, our Brother Rattigan in the space. Brother Rattigan, go ahead.
You're unmuted, Mr. Rattigan.
Thank you.
Let me just say, you really sound like Barry White.
I don't know as well going on tonight, but this is a Saturday night voice. It's not the Tuesday night or the Wednesday night. But anyway, Pastor Ricky mentioned mass casualty as a result of an act of God, but we shouldn't forget that there are pipe bombs coming into Jamaica, and we could have mass casualty as a result of the act of man. So we have to be vigilant about that. Now, let me be satirical and facetious. In other words, let me just joke out this thing a little bit. You know, this Minister of Health and Wellness was recently voted as one of the best performing ministers. People, let that sink in. Let that sink in. You heard everything here from our panelists and factual. Juxtapose that, compare that to what some in the media published recently, that this minister was one of the, or is one of the best performing ministers. It's sinking yet? Okay. Now, there's so much to talk about, but I don't want to hog up the time, so I'm going to go through this thing briefly. One of the things about leadership is that you accept responsibility. Yeah. And what I've noticed in this administration from the top is that they accept no responsibility. They accept no blame. It's always somebody else's fault why things didn't happen. It's not theirs. I remember on Lonesome's program when we interviewed this same minister, and he blamed the hospital administrator, the regional hospital administrator, patients, visitors. He blamed everybody but himself. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that I know about leadership is that you take responsibility.
True.
And you either know or you should have known. When something happens on your watch, you can't push that blame on anybody else, because that's why you're there. You're there as a leader. And you accept it. And there's no excuse that I didn't know. because you're supposed to know. So you either knew and you did nothing about it, or you should have known. Either way, you're guilty. Now, when I want to find out about what's going on in Jamaica as far as medicine, the practice of medicine, the medical sector, health sector, I don't listen to the government. I don't. I listen to a person who holds the title Regional Medical Officer, RMO, remember that. And that person is assigned to the US Embassy. That person knows more about the medical sector in Jamaica than any doctor or all the doctors combined. That person is there to train and also to collect information. And let me tell you, Pastor Ricky mentioned it about the travel advisory, but the travel advisory doesn't exist in a vacuum. Somebody did a report. That report was done by the RMO. And when he does his report, it goes to Washington. And when he does his report, he doesn't do his report in his office and just sends it off. That report, they have a meeting where they call heads of agencies, where all the agency heads, they meet once a week. And when they go around the table, and the RMO is supposed to tell the ambassador what's going on in the country as far as the medical sector is concerned. And when he's done, his report gets sent off to Washington, and it gets into that mix that's called the travel advisory. So the travel advisory doesn't happen in Jamaica. It happens in Washington, D.C. They send the report, and they said, fine, this is what we're going to do. Goes back to Jamaica, and they said, fine. Here's what he's responsible for writing. U.S. citizens should not expect the same level of health care available in Jamaica as is available in the United States. This includes slower emergency service response times and less availability of care for illness or injury. Private hospitals require payment upfront before admitting patients and may not have the ability to provide specialized care. Ambulance services are not always staffed with EMTs. That's emergency medical technicians, and are not always readily available, especially in rural areas. U.S. citizens should bring extra prescription medication as common medications, such as insulin, can be difficult to obtain. And then it goes on to say, we highly recommend that you buy insurance before you travel. Check with your travel insurance provider about evacuation assistance, medical insurance, and trip cancellation coverage. And in bold and underline, they say, the Department of State does not pay medical bills. So what they're telling you, Americans, even though it's a two, they're telling you, seriously consider about going to Jamaica. Don't get sick when you go to Jamaica. And if you recall, there's a woman who got bitten by a reef shark maybe a month and 6 weeks ago. She went to the hospital. I remember what happened. They told her that a doctor to address your situation won't be available for 2 weeks. She had to fly out, and she's now in the UK, where she went and had emergency surgery. So when they come up with this bogus thing that he's one of the best performing ministers, I just laugh because I know it's a joke. And this man is a marketing person. And I say person, some people say he's a marketing genius. He's not. He can't even market himself. I think he was affiliated with something called Market Me, and it failed. So he got involved in an accident recently. And he went to the Ronnie Thwaites wing, which is for the upper crust of society. And I think him going to a sprained foot or broke foot. I think it's sprained foot. Had it been for something else, he would not go there. He would be like Heron and the rest of them. It'd be in Miami. They have the Miami hospital on speed dial. They don't do the things that require a certain level of training. And it's not even the training, because the Jamaican doctors are excellent. It's the facilities. it's the supplies, it's the equipment. We don't have them. So even with the best trained doctors in Jamaica, them still can't help if they don't have the equipment that they can use to help you.
True.
So they always fly out, they always run. Mr. Tufton, Dr. Tufton, Minister Tufton, if you truly want to impress the Jamaican people about the position you occupy, why don't you and your family go down to KPH when you're sick the next time? Find one of those hospitals where they have issues. Go down there. Go through the same procedure as the people that you took an oath to serve. Go through the same procedure that they go through. The reason why you act so uncaring and unfeeling is because you're not going through the same suffering as those people. In fact, you're not suffering. You're not suffering. Pinks mentioned it, that when you should be busy taking care of the health situation in Jamaica, you're in Atlanta selling books. We know that. You have family members out in Atlanta. And so every time you come to America and some boondoggle, you end up in Atlanta. You end up in Atlanta. Even if the thing is supposed to be done in New York or Connecticut, you end up in Atlanta. If it's for Florida, you end up in Atlanta. We know why. It's a boondoggle, and that's one of the reasons why I've constantly called for an auditing of travel, because too many boondoggles. And let me see if I have anything else. We know, we're acutely aware, Mr. Tufton, Dr. Tufton, Minister Tufton, that you are not the answer to the medical issues in Jamaica or the medical issues affecting Jamaicans. You're not. And it's shameful and it's disgraceful that we have a leader who installed you in that position. He knows you are failing. You know you are failing. Everybody on the panel know you're failing. Everybody in the chat know you're failing. Whole of Jamaica know you're a colossal failure. And yet, him keep you there. I wonder why. I wonder why. But it's not just you. Him have a whole bunch of people in the positions where they're failing. In fact, I said, I just want to be fair about the whole thing. And I was thinking, I said, there must be one minister that I can point to and say, no, man, say one man out of the 49, or one person out of the 49, because I have women in there too.
No.
And I struggle, I can't find nobody. It's the truth. It's the truth. I cannot find a person that I can point to and say, the one person that I used to point to, Minister of Tourism, and I've since changed my mind because he's given me reason to change my mind. That's the only person I could point to and say, well, this guy was doing yeoman's work for Jamaica. And I said that because during COVID, I saw him traveling all over the place, trying to get people to come and make Jamaica a vacation, a destination. But I've learned so many things about him since. And I've learned so many things about him from people close to him. People close to him who tell me the things we him do. That no, I can't, I really can't deal with this man here. So we talk about the sheets at the hospital. But I have an ATI pending about the disposal of medical waste. I'm still waiting because the furnace then broke down and I heard that they're burying medical waste, including limbs, body parts.
What?
Out of the country. And I'm waiting for them to come back and give me the answer on that. And the shifting, the ducking, the diving. But I'm going to get the answer. In fact, I know the answer. Whoa. I just want them to confirm. I know the answer. So the problem is worse than we could ever imagine. Worse than we could ever imagine. In talk about the parking lot up at UA Hospital. And I'm saying, well, wait a minute. Wouldn't it be better to use the money to build a parking lot to improve the operating theater or to buy supplies or something? But that wouldn't sit well with them because the money now make this so. So they fix the parking lot and they might charge an arm and a leg, but the medical service hasn't improved.
Crazy.
It makes absolutely no sense. The last point I have is that in talk about new standard for primary health care. New standard. why is it then that we have substandard? Is that the new standard? A substandard. I mean, it was always bad, but has it gotten worse? That's the only thing I can think of. And so, I said one last thing. Here's the last thing. This is the same person when he was asked on Lonesome's program about taking responsibility and all that. You know what he said about the salary? Him saying, can't exist on the salary. And I was thinking to myself, nobody forced you to come take this salary. You decided that you wanted to serve the public.
Mm-hmm.
Service should have been a priority, not the salary.
Right.
And so I was shocked when he said that. But let's say it was a salary. Him just get a 300% raise. And I ask you, Jamaican people, the people in them constituency particularly, have you seen a better performance from him since the 300% raise? Or have you seen worse or the same? Have you seen a better performance from him for the 300? Because that was the whole thing, that the prime minister said you get what you pay for. And him said, so we're going to increase it. And part of that is that we're going to have performance evaluation for people, and we're going to attract people, the best and the brightest, to come on board. No, we have him already. And we have to look at him. Forget about who are come on board. We have him. Can you tell me, people in his constituency, can you honestly look yourself in the mirror and say that since he got the 300%, he has been performing like somebody who got a 300% raise? Can you honestly say that? I don't think you can. If you're truly honest, you can't say that. I yield.
Well, thank you for that, Ratty. I mean, we all grew up and, we heard about Alibaba and the 40 thieves. We never know that we would have come witness Andrew Holness and the 48. Right? No, and this make it really serious. But before I press on, of course, let us give Sister Maria a piece of this as it relates to Tufton, right? Claiming that, right, he's living up to standard and describing the healthcare as a solid, good healthcare, while we are seeing neurosurgical drill, right? Second-hand neurosurgical drill, right? That's supposed to be sold for 5,000. We understand how much million that was sold for. Now we have seen Darrell Vaz as it relates to whole buses. That's, trust me, not one of them worth $5,000. I mean, end up pay $1.4 billion. It reflects to all ministries, So Sister Maria takes away as it relates to Tufton. All right.
Are you hearing me?
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Yeah, this is a situation where it is, do not believe your lying eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Believe what I am telling you, though your lived experiences include and is not limited to sitting on the benches in the hospital for days, not seeing a doctor for days, not having getting medication, hospital inoperable operating theaters, 24 babies dying in one hospital. You have no lack of medical equipment, even though that's the lived experience of the Jamaican people. They are saying, don't believe that, but believe when I tell you that I spend the most money ever in the history of the country in healthcare. But on the ground, you cannot see the reality of that money. So who should I believe? The person who says, no, he didn't spend the money. You have linens piled up in one hospital. And where there's one, there are many. And with that, you have to ask the question, why? And then you have to say to yourself, now you understand why babies are dying in the hospital. Now you understand why mothers who do C-sections are dying, because they get infection and become septic. So you understand why, and they're saying to you, no, don't believe what I am telling you. $800 billion spent. And the reality of the ground is not reflecting of any of that. So who is at fault here? The minister says he's not to blame. Pinky talked earlier about when they get sick, they don't stay there. And I think Pastor Ricky alluded to that as well. Remember when Rhoda Crawford said she got sick the other day? She said, I called the minister, and I'm like, no, you should be able to walk into a hospital wherever you were. You should be able to walk into a hospital in that parish and get treatment like any Jamaican would have gotten. But she had to call the minister. How many Jamaicans can pick up the phone and call the minister to get medical attention? And they don't see anything wrong with that. And they're walking around. Exactly. And they're walking around and saying, we do the most and we do the most. And Andrew on stage saying, we're going to do this and we're going to do. You had 9 years. Why have you not done that? You should be campaigning on a policy of this is what we accomplished. Go back to what Michael Manley's 1972-73 speech, budget speech. He didn't talk about what he was going to do. He talked about what he did. And you are telling me that you have 9 live-long years and you have nothing to show for it. You cannot say what it is that you did. And that the people can say, yes, of a truth, we are living it, we are feeling it, we are breathing it on the ground. It makes no sense, right? And what happened to the $1.5 billion that was spent on the job description? Something that you can go on Google for free. That they spent $1.5 billion. Where's that job description? You see? And if we have to use an example to say somebody doing more with less. When Mark Golding was justice minister, he did more while getting less pay. So how can you be getting 300% and you have nothing to show for it? You really have nothing to show for it. And because they have nothing to show for it, they go to personality attacks. You're attacking a person doesn't negate the fact that you have no policies. The people are saying, where are the policies? They want to see policies and rolling out a few yellow buses that you're going to open up in the road and kill off the people and pick me is not helping you. Because you have buses that are that have been decommissioned in another country, and you're taking those decommissioned buses to put your children on. Those buses are being decommissioned because of the emissions. They're trying to make the buses greener, and you are taking that, and you're saying you're climate friendly, okay? And you are taking those buses that have been decommissioned because of the bad emissions, and you're taking it and to put these children in. But here is the problem now. When they become ministers of government, do they buy used cars for themselves? No. They have the best vehicles. So why then are you putting the people's children, the parents that elect you to do the best for these children? Why are you putting them in used buses? And to the parents who get up and say, oh yes, good thing happened. No, ask them, why are you giving us old buses when you give yourself a new car? You give yourself new fleet of cars. But you give the children, like it tells you how they see your children. You don't have to ask them how they feel about them. They're showing you how they feel. They do not value them. They do not see them as being worthy of better than something that is used secondhand. That's how they see them. But you must vote for them so they can give themselves the best on the backs of poor people. And I don't want to hear this thing about, the distraction with using a hot mic, something called on a hot mic. I don't care about that. I mean, it comes to the best of us. You understand me? We can say blood clot, ras clot, pussy clot all day long. It doesn't negate the fact that shit is hitting the fan and it's affecting the people. I mean, seriously, that's not the issue. That is not the issue. And we need to stop paying attention to the shiny object, especially when you have people sitting in the parliament who curse like sailors, curse out their constituents. Juliet Cuthbert did it. Curse out our constituency and say, me not give a F. You understand what I'm saying? Let's get real here. Exactly. Warmington does the same thing all the time. James Robertson is another one. How is it somebody was allowed to call for chink dog fear and flying? There was no outrage. Oh, just Warmy being Warmy. We got to get real people, because guess what? When we focus on the shiny objects, the linen is piling up in the hospitals, right? When they have operations and where are the limbs being buried? The incinerators aren't working, and you're worried about thieving bus, and you have the problem in St. Thomas with the urban center. People, come on. We are saying to the voters, be informed, be educated, be edified, because when they are finished using you to destroy your communities, they are going back into their gated communities where you don't even know where they live, and you're not even allowed to go there. Because if you make the mistake and end up, say you just make a detour, your GPS not working, on the very phone that you said 18 years, the PNP never do anything, but the very phone that the PNP give you through the 18 years, you use that phone and your GPS not working, and you just manage to reach a somebody gate. Security is gonna, what are you doing here? Don't let them destroy your community. Don't let them turn you against your neighbor. You can disagree on policies, but attacking your neighbor over politics, that has to stop. Talk about the policies. And when they're when they're getting up on stage and talking about the personality, say to them, hold on, what are your policies? You had 9 years. Don't tell me what you're going to do. What have you done? That's what we want to talk about. And what have you done? I need 5 original legislations, policies that you came up with that are benefiting the people in real time, tangible things that you did while you're in power for 9 years as a government. That's all I'm saying.
All right, good. As it relates to collective benefit. But I have a passionate caller on the line here, right? One of the electorates, and I know very well that, of course, she's going to do the right thing in terms of good voting for good governance. So, my sister, you are on Mystic Sensation. Please go ahead. We are all listening to you. You have our attention.
Okay. Good night, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and people in the chat. And as well as a big up to the ladies who keep the fire burning. I'm so pleased to see the participation of the ladies in the on the panel. However, as the saying goes, who feels it knows it. And as Mr. Rattigan was saying, Tufton, why didn't he go down to KPH hospital when he was sick to feel infirmities of what the other patients down there are going through?
Exactly.
Now, what Tufton has done to Jamaica's health care, as it can't be any worse. And what I noticed with this man, he has no remorse about it. He's smiling same way, forgetting that he owes the people an answer. He is responsible. And he must believe this and know this, that E. Tufton, the health minister, he is responsible for what is going on in the healthcare system right now in Jamaica. No way should he walk away. He must be held accountable, straight up, 100 and more. He must be held accountable. He sit there on his behind and see everything that is going on, and the Palm Beach did a dance and having a nice time while people are suffering, people are dying, and babies are dying. Mr. Tufton, you don't hear the babies crying right now? Isa, What about the people who have died also, adults, going to the hospital for a single matter and they end up dying? What is your answer, sir, to those people? Mr. Tolton, why did you take the position and bring Jamaica's system into disarray? It's terrible what's going on right now. The hospitals are terrible. Babies dying. Dog eating babies, as it is said. Mr. Tufton, why you didn't take away yourself, sir? If the salary was not enough, why did you stay? You should leave. You stay there and you bring it down to nothing. It's worse than the worst right now. People are afraid to get pregnant to go have babies. People are frightened. They're scared if they should get sick to be admitted in the hospital. Jamaica hospital system has never ever been that until you take over. And it must be squarely at your feet. And an investigation must be launched into this. It's not a 9-day push under the carpet, sir. Exactly. Because up until now, we are not sure if you people, because you're so dishonest, all of you. We are not sure if the babies were trafficked. We are not sure what goes on. We're not sure if people never see their babies. The mothers didn't see them. They have a right to claim their dead child to be buried. You didn't give them that opportunity, sir. You have business what's going on. Your crimes, you make them well out of the healthcare system. Look what you did with the drill situation, sir, and you expect to walk away? You won't. You are accountable. The people are hungry. They are hungry. The people who suffer, their relatives are hungry. Some die. Their relatives need answers, sir. The mothers need answers. They're traumatic even now when some of them call on the programs and they talk. You think you're going to walk away like this, sir? No. You should not, and you will not. And I'm asking Mark Golden when he takes over to all of you responsible for what you have done to Jamaica's system. That's wrong. It's very, very wrong, sir. Remember, you have a funeral parlor. The people have the right to put their dead wherever they want to, wherever they pleases. No. Who knows if this was deliberate? These people die. That's another form of genocide. Depleting the nation, right? To your parlor, or your friend or your crony's parlor, on to make big monies, on to love the people, and the poor people suffer inside. Sir, I water the pan, and I'm not lickling, sir. Enough I water the pan, going to follow you to your grave. I'm not sure if he man of God. I'm not sure if you repent to that evil enough. What you people have done and expect to walk away and think it will be a 9-day talk and push under the carpet? No way, sir. You must be held accountable, and I'm calling on the powers that be in Jamaica. Who's going to hide now? It's time for action. Because guess what? It can't be going on and on and on. There must be a full stop. Yes, you all must be held accountable. None of you must walk away. Some are too damn thief.
Exactly.
I'm going to find many ways to chop and to steal. And that is why the health system is in the position it is in right now. Because you all want more than you must get. If the pay was not sufficient, give up the job. There were other capable people who could have done it better than you. So that is my word. The people get clear on that. Exactly. Your time to act. Act now. You get paid to do your work. Do your work. All you can sit down there. The election of duties, not doing your job. And if you not do it, you must be held accountable too, because you all get paid to do your job.
Well said.
It's a mistake. Everybody, good night. Thank you. Thank you. I'm hurting inside for what is going on in Jamaica. I'm really hurting in my heart. And they care not. They must care. Some justice must be done.
Okay.
Good night, everybody. Good night, Mystic. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Answer our sister partner. But let me say something in terms of what the wonderful caller, right, just tickle my brain. And Ratigan, I want to ask you this particular question, right, because you are the legal person here, being a lawyer. The lady spoke that some of the babies who have died, the mothers didn't see those babies who have died. So there is no evidence whether or not to say that, okay, they witnessed, right? Their child, their children died, their babies died. Ratty, let me ask you a question. Isn't that a very serious situation where those mothers now can sue? I'm just asking you that.
Yeah, they can sue, but they're first gonna have to do an inquiry. They'd have to ask, like, maybe the Auditor General or one of the medical bodies there to say, okay, what happened to the children before you can sue? Because if you go in court, remember, you're the plaintiff, so you have to prove your case. And if you have no evidence, then you're gonna fall flat on your face. So they need somebody to do an inquiry to say, where are the bodies before they can proceed with the lawsuit.
Okay, I hope.
Sir Ratty, if someone died, doesn't the hospital has a responsibility to turn over the baby's body to the family so the family can arrange for burial, proper burial?
Let me explain what happens in that regard. Because in emergency, we get people who come in and have miscarriages from time to time. What happens is that the healthcare person is supposed to take that fetus, put it in a container with formaldehyde to preserve the cells, or you can put it in saline depending on the policy of the hospital. And those go to the lab for pathology testing to see if it was a genetic disorder or to find out why did we have a fetal demise. So I don't know what took place at Victoria Jubilee Hospital, but protocols were not followed. And by right, those mothers should have seen their fetuses.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They should have seen their fetuses. And they should have been sent to the lab if they had fetal demise. So somebody dropped the ball somewhere.
And that's why I was saying that
needs an investigation, because pathology testing needs to be done on those babies that died to determine why did these babies die.
And that's why I was saying that you need an inquiry, and then you can take the report from that inquiry and then you file the lawsuit.
Okay. All right. I hope the mothers of those babies who are passed, they are listening. Where is Sister Pat?
Oh, she's
Sister Pat is still on the line?
1 second.
Okay. Because we want to go in at the bang around, so we could just clear up Sister Pat, because what coming next, we want to go into the pinnacle of hypocrisy. Right? So let us give back Sister P a shout and have Sister P before I get to the next folder here, because we have some hot information here.
Good night.
All right, Sister P. Go ahead, Sister P. Talk to us now.
Me turn on the machine. Me turn on something, not the feedback. All right. All right. Good night, everyone. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Big up each and everyone. Sister Daisy's Sister Pinks, right to everybody. First thing I have 2 points. I wanna ask a question to Mr. Brian and Rattigan, because I'm investigator. Look here. Darrell Val said he go to United States Transportation Department to help me if me not correct. And that them pass the bus. So me want to ask Ratty, if you can't go there, go check them out. If you can't get an advice from them, you sure say, I just say really get the bus then. That's a one. He said the US pass them, that's him get them. Like I said, pass them fit. US Department Transportation. If I not so no fix it. Next thing, we talked on the question. I was the one who asked Mr. Tufton about the money. And he said his salary can't help him. I'm telling him as a rat, remember? Said then, sir, if your salary can't help you, what you believe who salary can do? It was me who asked him the question. Next thing, I want you to look Sunday night, seriously no. In the height of the JLP so-called gospel something. I don't know what that. I want you guys to look at the Prime Minister during the fanfare. The man sit down and at here and all him are doing in a phone and he call Tufton and them make up something like him a type something on his phone and I don't know what I do. But like how you don't have a rally with Marky G, Gallagher and a dance and a mix with people. He was like Alice in Wonderland. It don't look good for me because you never blind me blind. For you, the gospel cantor or even a rally, as the Prime Minister, where you are going to tell with all horse a fly and mongoose a swim, you just in our place to yourself, so that tell me that something is really wrong. Right? Something is really wrong with this man. And everywhere me can tell you, no live overseas. And things live out here with me. But everywhere you turn now, people just dying for the election card. People have business to do, and now we are wait to hear when the election card to get you over with. Then just dying to get rid of these people. Gentle people who are doing a good, excellent, super excellent. Darrell Falls, no, my name, James Roberts. Let me tell you something. You need to take off your clothes in your bathroom and get a mirror, a full mirror, and look by yourself and ask yourself the question them. You are going to tell Mark Jefferson Golden will apologize to you. Go look at WikiLeaks cable and ask yourself. You come first with Mark Golden. Mark Golden not ejaculate upon nobody's foot. Yeah. Mark Golden not thief nothing from nobody. Me tell you all the while, Mark Golden have a name to carry to engrave. A prestigious name. Mark Golden owe him family all the good things them. So Mark Golden are good down to the level. Mark Golden is a human being and Mark Golden is not a cult. So one little BC will come out of him out. I want that about that. Anything wrong with that? Mark Golden never tell us a woman shut up here I vote for him. Right? So me a beg you no. Me a beseech you no come off of Mark Golden. Mark Golden no have no man dead. It's no alleged murder not attached to Mark Golden name. Never, and that will never happen. So no look and no closet. Come off a man. And him come to spirit rescue we. We are rally and he could have go past his and cut 100 million cloth. Cloth of you wash, cloth of you use. When problem come, we are human being. Left Mark Golden alone. Fix on a cabinet. Count it a bunch of thief and criminal. And I'm going to see you at time on a crib for money. What happened to you? Mistake play one cable one night. That's what you got to think about. FBI coming through no. DEA, martial law, they call them, come through no. So if the Jamaican hypocrite them don't even touch, you know, US now ramp with you know. Right? On a thief will not agree all boss on lang or something. We're out of faction. That them the boss they will no care come here. If they fi make a corner, the front the 8 mile cross the road and the back the 20 mile cross the road. Right? So that is a destruction. Me not bright like you know. But if me in a position where you know me go buy bus for my school to them, I would have got Japan. I send call to experts from Japan and carry them in the Tyrian area, go show them which party put them live, which party cool and say, guess what? I want you to make me some bus what we're good for a Tyrian here. So then I go make a long back, long front bus. They might make the bus and pay them fee $1.4 million. You know where that could I do? The hospital there with maggot, you know, we not see maggot. A baby mother, I give birth. A baby mother have a C-section, dead 6 months after from septic. I will not see him. I have miscarriage at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital. I pregnant and went to Kingston again. I don't know what happened, but I start feel pain and then when we realize something not right. And when I give birth to the fetus, the doctor take up the fetus and put in a one little glass bottle and show one substance upon it. And a few days after, we go back and tell me say it was a boy. So I don't know how no woman lose baby at 7 months, 9 months dead. And when you go tell me say my baby dead, I'm not see me dead baby. No, I'm lucky, no glad all me whole. None could have put me so. Me give birth to one baby, my baby dead, I'm not see me baby. I'm mad no mad man. Mad no mad. Me tell you, that's why me tell you. Jamaican people, if you have sense, oh, you can carry a baby for 7, 6, 5 months, 9 months, and the baby dead. Now, don't go wake up here, mother. The baby is dead. Where me dead baby there? And what's a me a phone now? Me can take a picture of me dead baby. If you say, this is how my baby dead look. You mad? Only Jamaican woman don't wake up and sell them and sell no pick me. And who not sell them, but they are gone. Who not yet? Oh, you have a baby and the baby dead. You carry baby. You go through all of them things there and you push out that picture there. And you tell me, say, you can't show me my baby. I crack on no crack, man. Who have to give me an injection and told me an idiot? You mad? Yo, 50 for tough time. 18 baby dead in a 1 year. Big nose and Joel is come say, the baby them say, why didn't you keep the Labour Party in power? Because if the Labour Party in power, we still be alive. 24 baby in that 24 days. You know, said nothing about it. But I tell you no. I tell you the higher the monkey climb and the more exposed. And Joel is, Satan don't want you. We don't know who I will take you. It's the wickedest, cruelest thing God ever make you. You, nothing about you no good. You're
Hell reject the prime minister.
Money can't save you. You're 140 million US. Cannot save you, will not save you, nor save you. Because the cry of the nation is upon you. You kill we in the hospital. You kill we when we just born. You come, you send man to we targeted operation. What is it that the Jamaican ordinary people have done to you? And you come back now like a big dog, big fly. I can't take people about to vote for you. I only look hungry people like myself here. When we work, we have no ministry of labor to go. When manager, executive, this and that, big name, disrespect people in the work, we have no ministry of go. We talk about vote for people, we know where have sense. The only thing I sorry for the young little people them where I come up and I really understand the food. But big tough back parents, we're hungry like myself here. Bill can't pay. Can't eat a good table food if you and rice and flour and a chicken back every day. Right? I'm not talking about vote. And you want to start election. And if you do, make we go vote you out I mean, FBI can finish you. Oh, and I heal back. I have big,
All right.
and your wife in your foot big like a coffin. You're a woman and 24 baby dead. You give birth to have a woman at jail party. You're woman, you're a man. Can you tell me, a woman who give birth to a baby don't have empathy to those mothers who give birth and when you take with the woman and pick me and she has to go put back beside the baby in my barn. Yeah. Easy for your baby, baby, you know, for your baby. When it's a wicked setup, crook, you know. And you James Robinson, Robertson, go look for Duppy Flynn. Constable Brown. I apologize to them family and they pity them when they're dead list. Oh.
All right. That is Sister Pat venting. And the caller who was just calling, please call back. Right. Brother Ratigan, remember that Sister Pat asked a question, you know, I'm not going to answer it, you know.
No. I'm prepared to answer it.
Oh, okay. So go ahead and answer that question.
Yes, she was asking whether or not the federal authorities, if they inspected the buses.
Yes.
And to the best of my knowledge, they don't have to inspect the buses. The buses are being exported, and it's a private concern that's exporting the buses, not the federal government. So they're not issuing any warranties or anything. That's a private contract. But keep in mind that the minister said that experts from Jamaica went to check out the buses. So if it's true, if it's true that the federal government checked out the buses, then they would have issued a warranty if that is the case. So why would you need additional personnel to go check out the buses from Jamaica? Again, it's another boondoggle. But here's something that we did on Saturday that I just want people to understand this. That when we did our own assessment. We did our own assessment of the bus situation, right? And we did a operating cost versus the revenue, because remember, it's not free. Even though the Prime Minister said it was free, it's not free. Free is not free. Free is $100 per child per round trip every day, 5 days a week. And when we looked at the drivers, what we did was we looked at driver salaries, diesel fuel, maintenance, insurance, parts and repair. We even put a 10% in for inflation, and we looked at total operating cost. When we looked at total operating costs for those 110 buses, and he said 10 would be in operation, and 100, and would keep 10 back to do this and to do that. And we were generous with the salaries too. Because we say each driver make $40-something thousand a year, which we know that won't. But we said, no, give it to them. The total operating cost is $10.4 million to run the fleet. The total fare revenue that they're going to collect from the poor people comes up to $40.2 million. That leaves a surplus of $29.8 million American dollars. The question that nobody has asked him, and he has not seen it fit to offer an explanation, is, what are you going to do with this $29.8 million? You can't say it's for maintenance, because maintenance already paid for. You can't say it's for insurance, that's paid for. You can't say it's for parts and repair, that's paid for. You can't say it's for salaries, that's paid for. So what are you going to do with $29.8 million? We haven't seen a single document, or we haven't heard a single statement saying the money we're going to make from the students paying $100 a day, we are going to do this with this. They're very silent about it. And then keep in mind, the Prime Minister promised these people in St. Thomas, he said, there's 7 buses operating, and it will be for free. Now, the minister recently said it's going to be $100 per person per day. So if the Prime Minister is going to give the people in St. Thomas free busing to and from school, then how is that fair and equitable to the rest of the country? That they have to pay $100, but over here it's free. Free is not free. They're going to pay $100. And keep in mind that the whole purpose of this was to ease the financial burden on the families in rural Jamaica so that their children can get a really good, well, not a real good, an education. But look at what they did. They spent 1.4 billion buying buses that are decommissioned, essentially. And they're sending the children to a school where they don't have any teachers. They don't have proper facilities. How the hell is that going to help them to learn?
Yeah.
A bus ride is going to help them to learn. They're still going to the same school where they don't have the facilities and they don't have the teachers. To me, it would make more sense to say, okay, let's spend this money then on keeping teacher retention, fixing up the schools, the termites and them off the furniture. We could do something about that, clean up the place and provide meals for the children and all of these. It sounds like it would make more sense to me. And then remember, and we went back to the Constitution last week. This bus thing, I know, believe me, it's a lot more than meets the eye. We went back and said, look, the first thing we looked at with this bus thing is the Constitution. What does the Constitution say? It says you have a right to an environment that's free from pollution and this and that. Constitution says that, Jamaican Constitution. And then right after that, what happened? The next step, the Prime Minister come out and the UN or one of them say, hey, we want to commend Jamaica because of the reduction in emissions because of how them deal with the car situation and whatnot. Then the Prime Minister come out and say, we are going to bring in electric buses because we want to save the environment and all of this stuff and blah, 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 blah. And then suddenly then guess what? We play the video. Barbados got free electric buses from China. You know why? Because they have grants for countries, developing countries that are doing their best to control the emissions with the environment, protect the environment. They give out grants, not loans, grants. Barbados have a fleet of buses. Then we show electric buses in South Africa, and we ended up showing school buses in California. You know what those school buses do? They sell power back to the grid. There's solar power and electric power. And then when they park at night, they push power back to the grid and they make money. And we say, why is it that our people never thought about these things when they go buy these buses? Why? And Mystic, you showed last week. Yes. Buses that they claim to be new were 11 years old and 12, 14 years old and 15 years old. God, what are we doing? Exactly. What are we doing? And if you notice, Minister Vaz will go around and he'll defend the program. I remember we said, look, this is not a new program. We showed this. The JLP initiated a pilot in 2017. The JLP initiated a pilot rural school bus service in 2017. And you know what? They got $200 million for that program. And who administered that program? The three people responsible for more than 150 million missing from the coffers over the Ministry of Education. Dean Roy Bernard, Grace McLean, and Ruel Reid. All three of them, they were there when that program started. So this
1 second, Rattigan. No, the school bus program was an MP-driven thing, and it went back to when Dr. Omar Davies was transport minister.
Yeah, but you notice what I said though.
Yeah.
You notice what I said. I said the JLP started the pilot in 2017. The PNP started the program in 2015. I'm aware of that. Yeah. Let's be clear, since you bring it out, let's be clear about this, people. Like I tell people, I'm not about party or politics, I'm about people, but the truth must be, not only the truth, it must be told. The PNP started this rural school bus program in 2015. They started it. And we are going to show the people evidence of that. They started it. What did they lost the election in early 2016, and the JLP suspended the program. And then in 2017, August 2017, they came out and said, we're doing a pilot. We need 200 million. And you know what happened? Here's how them so silly. They came out in August 2017 and said, we're going to roll out a pilot in September 2017. How you gonna roll out a pilot? When was this planning? When did this planning take place? What, August for September? That's nonsense. So they stopped the program, And then they restarted the program. And let me tell you this. Let me just share something with all of you. I spent the better part of today going through the budget, the regular submission and the supplemental. And there is not a single line item entry for $200 million for the school, for the rural school bus program. Not one. And nobody is asking questions. Say, wait, what happened to 200 million? 200 million. Want to do with it back in 2017? I am asking the question. I filed my ATI already. I asked them the question. I said to them, say, you don't need to give me the documentation about this program in 2017. What? Give me all the documentation concerning the contract, the procurement, and the item. Want to purchase, because when you say a bus not purchase, I don't know if a bus or car or whatever, but whatever you guys purchase, give me the documentation because I want to see. Because guess what happened? We haven't heard about a single bus purchased in 2017.
Exactly.
Where are those buses? Where? So there's
but
a lot.
Rattigan, $200 million for those buses and $400 million for the used car. That's $600 million combined. And there's nothing to show for it.
And by the way, the used car, the used car was in 2016, 2017. There are still 31 cars that have not been delivered to the government of Jamaica. They were purchased back in 2016, 2017.
Brother Ratty, I have a caller on the line that I want for her to speak. All right, caller, please go ahead.
Yes, good night to everyone.
Good
listening, everybody, listeners, everyone. Yes, I must say to you guys that I do appreciate the work that you guys have been doing.
Thank you.
And, you know, you're not doing it because you feel a mind. It is a great touch that you have in connection with our Jamaica. Yes, and it is very consistent. We do appreciate it. Because, you know, when I look into it, it seems as if these people down here, as the old people would say, take us a kunomono. Yes, and the reason being is because those people have been running behind them. And those people do not understand what they have been saying. So every time that they talk, they have been blowing the thing. I don't know what the man have been saying. So quite likely, within themselves, they feel to themselves that when the man come on with his stupid things, it's going to affect just one side of people and it's not going to affect them. And that is where they have it wrong. So quite likely, that's why you see the Prime Minister and them associate have been going on with all these things. And then take it for joke over and over and over. And if you notice, whenever time something bad do happen, then rebel about it and talk as if it's not going to happen again. But as soon as it die out, there's something else come up. Similar to it, or even more worse. So quite like these people then do not put in the interest to see the danger ahead, then just do what comes to their mind. For example, these buses here, we agree with the bus system, but what kind of bus? Exactly. These buses here, they are in the snow with the ice, with the salt that then throw on the ground to melt the ice, and the bus them is in that type of condition, in and out. So quite like the salt is a thing that rusts the metal. And you want to tell me that this man, like him go behind door and pick up those things and bring it. We do not have no road down here for all of those things, you know. No. But because them and school us a mission, so they choose to do what they feel a mind to do in the interest of their self, and they ignore the citizen.
Exactly.
And it seems to be like some of us here in Jamaica, because I have to really say this, but I look into it to say because you have people like in the country, what probably don't have no light and all of those things, we do not come out to have some experience in what's going on out on the outer here. Them always stay in the country. So quite likely they do not understand what's going on. you know. So they just sit like that and just take in everything. But I must say, and hoping they are hearing, that now is not the time for that, because what some of them believe to themselves that the politics that used to go on is the same type of politics right here now. They do not understand that this is a turning point in the world.
Yes,
So right now, this election here is a consequential election. And if them put in the rubber, is the rubber going to be governing them true and true, because that is what they voted for. They all need to know that now is the time to choose the person who have the interest in the country and in the people them. Because any mistake do make now and then go on the wrong side, God help them. Or help us, because I'm in it too. I heard a man say something over one of the bloggers today. I hear what the man say, and I tell you what he said, it touched me, because I have to think that way too. The man said, anyhow, this wicked one you get the chance again, they are going to even charge us for how many windows in your house, how many doors, and all of those things. And I must say, although the man is wicked, but in talk of some things where people not taking it serious. The man say, the garbage, we're going to go start paying for garbage. Yes. And the other one tell the people them that they have to start paying for their own light in the market where them sell. And each person in the market do not have a meter. No. So quite likely, they are doing whatever they please with us down here. And the minister man, their chop, him say, whatever the Speaker of the House say, whether it's right or whether it's wrong, it remains the same. So therefore, he's saying to whoever to us that we have no talk after the Speaker of the House talk, whether it is right or whether it is wrong. In turn around again and in say that the people in St. Thomas, they have no ambition. Come on. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Uncle hope that they are listening to your program and hear what's going on. Tell the people in St. Thomas have no ambition. That's what the man say. And what I look on again, the place what they make down there near the center there, what them build, within my thought, I don't think it make it for we Jamaica to rent any areas. I don't think so, because how much millions for it per month, and every year it will be going up. And it is US. So the people can't see to themselves, whatever the man have been billing is not for Jamaican. It is for the Chinese and the Indian and whoever. And then we must work our money and go and dump it on them. And we have no talk in our place.
All right.
So I must say that you guys, we are very happy to know that you guys stand up for us. Because if they think to themselves that is everybody in Jamaica does, at least we have you people overseas with the bright brain that is behind us and talking the things with your evidence, and we are learning. So who do not have any idea to awards, anything, I think there's some, if they have interest, they will learn from you guys. And what plenty of us here, I think, have been ignoring, they are ignoring the Bible. Because they still know that the legislator, them, is going to take away our rights and against our reach. And what hurt me most of all too, I heard the man saying take vote for all people.
Hold on, let me allow you another half minute, because the program is long and we have to get you right. So let me just allow you another half minute. All right, go ahead.
Yes, and what hurt me too, the man get up in church and say that him begging God to forgive him for the whole people, young people, unborn and unborn, and all of those things. And nobody stand up in the church and put up their hand and ask the man the question, what do he mean? So therefore, I look at it and say, well, then say slaughtering everybody. Because the hospital can be running like that from all back when, no bed, nothing at all, no medicine, nothing at all. What does that mean?
Exactly.
What does that mean? They are on a mission to wipe us out. Like how they come with the same thing and say, if you do not take it, you're not going to get no water and all of that. So I thank you guys very, very much. You see, for the patient and the consistent. Thank you guys again. God bless and keep you all.
Same to you. Thank you, my sister. All right.
Just a follow up. One quick thing here, Mystic. She talked about the taking a rep. They must please Jamaican people remember they came out with the rough draft of the constitutional reform from the Constitutional Reform Committee last year. They did a report, and the report, in the report, it is everything to how to protect the Prime Minister / President against the Jamaican. There's nothing in there, absolutely nothing in there on how the Jamaican people is going to hold them accountable. So she made a and people, please pay attention, because we are not talking about the IC report from last year and the commission, the report from the CRC, but those are vital reports, especially the one from the CRC, because God forbid they are going to impose themselves on you, and there's nothing you can do about it for generations to come. So she made a very valid point there.
Of course, yes. Thank you for that, Sister Maria. But my folks, let us turn up, right?
One quick thing. One quick thing.
Yes.
Trish Newman had asked, she's mentioned something in the chat about a colleague of mine who was on the program that I should bring the person back. Trish, if you'd be kind enough to just put the name or the topic, so because I can't recall who the person is. And the second thing is, Sister Marie is absolutely correct. We have not been paying attention to the Constitutional Committee's report. People need to take a look at that and they'll see exactly what she's saying. She's 100% correct. All right, sir.
All right. Thank you for that, Ratty. But let us turn up the heat a bit, right? Let us speak under this fall of the pinnacle of hypocrisy. Without any delay on it, let us listen to Andrew Holness. Right? Let us listen to Andrew Barber. Hear what he has to say. People, listen to this. What we call snake oil salesman. This is who we call a snake oil salesman. I want you to listen to him keenly, Jamaica.
There are some people who won't take offense to some things that you say, but there are others that will. And some politicians will calculate, all right, who am I going to offend and who am I going to gain? That is what you call the popularity game. As leader of the country, I don't have that luxury to play the popularity game. I still have to serve all publics, all people of Jamaica. And no matter what is said and what is done, ultimately, I am the standard bearer for the standards of the country and the society, and I cannot compromise that. So my brothers and sisters in Christ, it is a blessing to be gathered here in Whole Harbor, not just as members of a political movement, but as people of faith, united in the belief that God is sovereign over all things, including politics and governance. There are
God is not like man.
No. Hold on. I never know say Andrew Holness have a twin brother, you know. That's not Andrew Holness that. I know the Prime Minister that. No, Andrew Holness twin. But he should have told me. You understand? He should have told us that he has a twin brother. Now, Andrew Holness said that he's the standard bearer. Come on now. Wife, may I talk on the panel talk? And no, you know, let me say, let me reword that correctly. Andrew Holness' twin brother, Andrew Holness' twin brother, just said he's a standard bearer and have to hold up the standard of the country. Hold on now, Papa. Hold on now, Papa. What I want to ask,
Oh my God.
Right? Hold on. Because we really have laughing. So hold on. The code of conduct. Not part of the standard. That should have hold up. Ratty. Imagine part. Vince. Pastor Ricky. Sister Maria.
Absolutely.
The code of conduct isn't a part of the standard what needs to be held up.
Also has it having his statutory.
No, but hold on, apart from that, look at our Papa. Look at our Papa. No, this, no, I don't understand what really are going on, sir. Look at it now. Look at what the standard bearer did. Let us get into this YouTube here. Look at what the standard bearer. The standard bearer, he has to hold up all the standard of the country. Watching our people. Play that.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness has taken a bold step by challenging the Integrity Commission's ability to investigate public officials for illicit enrichment. In a surprising move, he's asking the Supreme Court to strike down parts of the law that give the IC its power, claiming it's unfair and unconstitutional. Holness argues that the recent report from the IC, which looked into his financial dealings, was not only wrong, but also released with bad intentions. He believes the report, tabled in Parliament, was meant to embarrass him and damage his reputation. This challenge could have major consequences, as it might also affect investigations into the other politicians. Holness isn't just defending himself, he's fighting to protect his business and charity organizations as well. Now it's up to the courts to decide whether the IC overstepped its boundaries and if the law needs to be changed. This case could reshape how public officials are held accountable in Jamaica.
Sounds like he has something to hide.
It certainly raises eyebrows when a sitting prime minister takes legal action to challenge a law designed to investigate corruption among public officials. While Andrew Holness claims the Integrity Commission's IC report was intended to embarrass him and was done in bad faith, the move to have the law declared unconstitutional could easily make people wonder if there's more beneath the surface. Whenever a leader pushes back this strongly against an investigation, it often leads to speculation about whether there's something being hidden. Instead of addressing the report head-on and clearing his name through transparency, this legal battle could give the impression that Holness is trying to avoid scrutiny. Of course, he's entitled to defend his reputation, but fighting the IC in court opens the door for more questions and doubts about what the report might have revealed. In situations like this, actions can speak louder than words, and to some, this legal maneuvering might seem...
You go too fast. Hold on there. You put on something again from the standard bearer. Because now the standard bearer, you understand, take him disrespect into Parliament. People want to look what the standard bearer have done too. Let us get to this clip. What's the standard bearer? The man who's supposed to hold discipline, disrespect the entire Jamaican right in a Parliament. You know, watch this, people. Disrespect the entire Jamaicans in Parliament. And yet, on the public platform, saying that he's a standard bearer. You know, look on this now, people.
Former Speaker was forced to resign as a result of an Integrity Commission investigation. The move to replace her with the wife of the Prime Minister, so that the head of Parliament is now the spouse of the head of government, really does not sit well with the tradition that the Speaker must act independently of the government of the day. The Speaker is intended to be independent and must act independently of the government of the day. That is the tradition. That is the tradition. The failure, Mr. Speaker.
Members.
He's not even obeying the speaker.
I standard bearer. Standard bearer walking out on the people's business.
And then government.
Mighty God. Look on the standard bearer. walk out on the people's business.
Which will always be an offense.
See that? The standard bearer,
to identify
having subordinates, them walk out of parliament. This never happened before in the history of Jamaica. Take it away on it. This level of disgrace, has never happened before in our history of our politics. Has never happened before. Now let me tell you something. Opening batsman, take it away.
Yes, thanks again, Sir Byron. And I mean, I have to start off with this last clip in there that you show us, that you reminded the entire Jamaican of what took place on that very, very sad day in our parliament. But as it relates to the leader of the country and the head of parliament, yeah, as husband and wife and sharing the same residence, that is a big no-go anywhere else in the world. This has only happened in Jamaica. Could never happen anywhere else. You understand? So this is how Andrew Holness, embedded himself into corruption and destroy our little precious island, Jamaica. Because everything that goes on in that big, everlasting mansion that he cannot state how him get the money to build that place is the center pinnacle at Jamaica right now. That husband and wife combination hold Jamaica to ransom. And, Pinkskew pointed out something earlier in our presentation that is of great cause concern as it relates to the equipment that is done by Cornwall Regional Hospital that is owned by Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness. No wonder this project continued throughout their duration in Parliament as government official. Because I have been saying it all along, they have used Cornwall Regional Hospital as a cash cow for their enrichment. And they leave it there to, continue on its merry way over their period of time in office. And this need to be thoroughly investigated because using the Westminster model, it would bar them from being politicians and also being business personnel. So we have some great cause for concern under this guy, Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness, as I said, and I've been echoing the sentiment all along, must be arrested. And I can't see why a police officer, whether male or female in Jamaica, cannot make themselves a hero and go into the folklore history of our country, like our past predecessor, our national heroes. Andrew Holness has done so much damage. As I've said, he's the mastermind of all corruption. And he has a wife who is viciously corrupted just like him. She don't speak about dead baby. You don't hear nothing from her other woman. You don't hear nothing from Athlete's Foot, who them send down at Jubilee Hospital 1 year to present gift to the firstborn baby. And when she went there, she saw it was a underage mother, and she couldn't tell. So these people are just dunce and idiotic and should never be in our, parliamentary system to begin with. This is why Jamaica is lagging. In terms of where Jamaica should be right now, Jamaica is 40 years behind. Singapore is a replica to show that. You understand? So we have problem with the holiness. The holiness is a name that should be erased altogether out of Jamaica. This is the most disgusting husband and wife in Jamaica. The most criminalist husband and wife in Jamaica. And we have to get rid of this holiness family. Now, Oldness has enriched his two sons out of Jamaica taxpayers' money. He has used our money to create business. We have seen where he has passed and shared to his sons, sisters, and cronies. And as a result, all Jamaicans are slaves for Andrew Oldness' family. His entire family, Jamaican people are slaving for. This guy doesn't work one day since he took office. This guy took office with the intention, clear and obvious, to rob and defraud the country. So when he's talking about standard bearer, right, he's no standard bearer. And when he talk about he has to hold up the standard, the only thing where Andrew hold up is all of the ministry them and rob them. That's all me see him hold up. Him hold up all the ministry them and rob them. This guy cannot carry no semblance of recognition as a prime minister in Jamaica. We are looking at a criminal, the worst in our history, the one who has stole the most money, the one who is at large for 9.5 years. And if you add his previous criminal activity period, it would round up to about 15 years. So we have a problem with this guy, and Jamaican must rally around the cause. We need to get Andrew Oldness off the ballot paper. He must not be running as a candidate seeking re-election to become a prime minister once again in our country. Every Jamaican know I'm calling on you all. Go out there and let your voice be heard. Protest at the ECJ. You understand? You need to, because if we don't, this guy will get away with. We know him can't win the election. But the fact of the matter that we're going to have disqualified politicians participating in the upcoming general election, it says a lot about the state of affairs in Jamaica. So I'm asking Jamaica now, let our voice be heard in concert. Let's dethrone this Barabbas from out of our society, this Pharaoh, this evil conniver prime minister that we have. This guy that find himself attached to all corruption in Jamaica right now, because everyone within his cabinet that steal from the taxpayers, Andrew Oldness authorized them too. If I am working for Mystic, I can take away Mystic things and have a job. You know, Mystic must be aware that I am stealing.
Oh yes.
So Mystic won't get rid of me. But the fact that Mystic are the boss for the company. Mystic don't want the company just like how Andrew don't want Jamaica. Mystic could have protected him job as the boss and get rid of me as an employee. So we are looking at Andrew Wallace to be doing the same thing. Because Andrew don't want the country, we give him a job to run the country. But Andrew is allowing his employee to steal from the country because he is the head of all theft and criminality and corruption within the party. So we have to get rid of Andrew Oldness. We have to look at Juliet Oldness as a pivotal point to start our investigation, because she's lying low on the grass like a snake, you know, like she not do nothing. But at the end of the day, she have billions of dollars because she have one project where 800 million, and she have several of these. You understand? So if you're a little woman, we're just coming up politics to amass this vast amount of wealth within such a short space of time, it is cause for concern.
Cause for concern.
And I'm saying to our JCF member, it's time you guys wake up and show some respect to the taxpayers who contribute from their meager salary to make sure that you guys have a salary. Andrew is not paying you to work. He's a citizen in Jamaica and the ones them from overseas who is sending money into Jamaica. That is what make up the cash pool to pay government workers. So you need to show some solidarity towards the citizen, locally and abroad. You must show some authority in policing in Jamaica. We have not been seeing any form of authority from our policemen and women. It's time that you guys show to the public what you are worth. Because this Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness cannot hold Jamaica to ransom anymore. This man should have called, announced the election date even 2 months ago. As Pinkskew rightly said, we are 53 days away. And this man hasn't made an effort. He's going around all the places. I mean, I think he would have announced the date down at St. James, down at Dr. Crab constituency, or Mallerwood Mattress constituency. Because that is a big seat for them, you know. But him now announce the date, what is Andrew Wallace waiting on. But you play a clip there prior to the last one that it state that Andrew Wallace, for him to take the IC to court, he has something hiding. And I want all my Jamaican people to know he has a lot of things hiding. A whole heap of things hiding. Can you imagine a prime minister and his wife have all the equipment at a multi-billion-dollar investment that can't finish all now? How much money Andrew make from that over the nine and a half years? Jamaica, we need to wake up, smell the coffee. This guy wasn't anyone that is sent from a different planet. This guy was born in a 1-bedroom, sometime a 2-bedroom in Spanish Town, coming from nowhere. And for us to allow him to roam and ravish our society is a cause for concern, because it's going to have future implication and the young ones coming, because Jamaica is so far in the deficit because of this prime minister and his administration that it's going to take heroic strength of responsibility and hard work from the incoming prime minister and his team of parliamentarians to build back Jamaica. Jamaica is flat. Jamaica is about 5% below 80 right now. And it is greatly, greatly sad to see that Jamaica has fallen below 80 in the region. So we have to do something about Andrew Wallace. Too much money has gone missing under his government leadership. Too much people has left the country with high skill at their disposal and leave our country to suffer because of Andrew Wallace. As you see, the school and the medical sector has suffered immensely from Andrew Wallace's mismanagement of the country. And we have to do something about it. And I call on all my Jamaicans, patriotic Jamaicans, let's put this man to the test. Let's go out and let our voice be heard. We are calling for this man to relieve his post immediately. I know my voice may sound like a broken record because I've said it so many times. But like a previous caller who speak with the passion and you can hear or disgruntlement in regards to how this man has destroyed Jamaica. So, you know, that's just what I have to contribute tonight on this guy, because I mean, the panel is so, you know, full tonight with other speakers. So I just want to give someone else a chance to really vent their anger on Andrew Wallace.
All right. So we're going to have to just ask the panel to sort of cut it short, because the program fat tonight, you know. I want to go through some of the stuff. So Sister Spinks, but let me talk to you, Sister Spinks and Sister Maria, Pastor Ricky and Brother Rattigan. You have heard the clip where Andrew only said he is the standard bearer and he have to hold up the standard of the country. And what Andrew only said, here I have the proof to show everyone in Jamaica that I am the standard bearer. Proof number one, I have signed the code of conduct, and I have also encouraged all of my men to sign the code of conduct. Number two, my statutory declaration have been certified. Number three, right, I took disciplinary action against Roy Reid, Dal Rimper, Grace McLean, etc. And four, I have improved the corruption index from 44 to 60. Go ahead, Sister Springs, and speak about these evidence.
You know, Melting Pot has said so much, so much, so much. All I can tell my voters is this: Jamaica, we have 50 more days of this governance. And I'm going to encourage every voter to take up their Bible and read the story of Ahab and Jezebel. I yield the floor to somebody else. I have nothing more to say regarding to Antiholders and Juliet holders.
All right, that is
Read the
really
story of Ahab and Jezebel.
all right, Pastor Ricky, what's the ride? You have heard and might be you have witnessed that Andrew Warnes signed the code of conduct. Andrew Warnes statutory declaration certified. Might be a witness that he took disciplinary action against Roy Reid, that Rimper Grace McLean. And might be you also have witnessed that he improved the corruption index from 44 to 60. Tell me how you feel about these items.
Well, those are wishful thinking, and God bless you. Dream on. Listen, man, this is the most pathetic, diabolical, satanic, demonic prime minister in the history of Jamaica. For him to go on a platform and say, my Christian brothers and sisters, the prime minister is not a Christian. Let me say it again, as a licensed ordained pastor, a licensed ordained chaplain, someone who's been in ministry for so long now, the prime minister is not a Christian. Jesus says, by their fruits, you should know them. So we can make righteous judgment based upon a person's character by their fruits. And we know what the fruit of the Spirit is in Galatians chapter 5 from verse 22. But let me just say this. He refused to sign the Nolan principle as it relates to the code of conduct for leadership, that the Integrity Commission, they requested a course. The Integrity Commission administered the course. And at the end of the course, the People's National Party members, including Comrade Leader Mark Golden, all signed the Leadership Code of Conduct. This criminal, because he knows he's going to incriminate himself, he was dirty before he came into politics.
Definitely.
In 2007, the prime minister gave government contracts to one of his cronies, Robert Garvin, who gave him kickbacks money in return, which the DCP let him off, which she should not have done. She colluded with the corrupt DPP. We can go into 2008, the following year. His former lawyer started SSL in, ADMAT in St. Lucia, with an SSL bank account set up for him to get money from SSL, which we have proof of that, which he never declared on his statutory declarations, which he falsified his statute. And let me just say this, because I know time is against us, but Sir Byron did an awesome job, and I talked about this a couple of times before. When you re-examine his statutory declarations from 2018, 2019, and 2020, those 3 years, the Integrity Commission was not filled to capacity as it relates to staff. They were understaffed. So those 3 years they gave the Prime Minister and Comrade Leader Mark Golden face value. But after they got staff, in other words, they took their words for what they submitted on their declarations. But after they got caught up fully staffed, moving forward from 2021 to 2022, 2023, and now 2024 statute declaration that was due March of this year, 31st, The prime minister has these years, almost 4 years of uncertified declarations. And when Sir Byron revisit 2018, 2019, and 2020, he identified that the prime minister, those 3 years should never been certified because the prime minister lied on all 3 of those years. Plus, he lied on the rest of the years. So technically, if we should take 2018 to 2020 statutory declarations, he lied on those, and then from 21 to 24. So for 7 years, in beat Dalrymple lie on 6 years of statutory declaration by falsify those declaration. So how could you be a standard bearer for the country, yet you cannot tell the truth? The prime minister is a pathological liar. The prime minister is the father of lies and the father of deception in the Jamaica space. The prime minister misled the Integrity Commission 7 years straight and lied on his statutory declarations, and have the nerves now to take the IC to court to force the judge, to force the IC to certify his declaration, and the judge rejected it. You cannot be a standard bearer. The 7 Nolan principles that of good governance, integrity, accountability, transparency, honesty, objective, openness, and leadership. He lacks on every one of those grounds. He's a colossal failure. The prime minister is going to be the first prime minister to go to prison. I mean, I care when put Dennis Chung in the space. Dennis Chung cannot save him. The prime minister must understand that, last point, the International Forensic Financial Auditor has the dirt on the prime minister. And that's why I hear Big Mama them a scream like a pig. I try to get them hands on it. No matter what Dennis Strong say, is it a forensic financial crimes of the prime minister that the IC so very brilliantly withhold and hold on to it? That I got sinking, because guess what? Last point, the International Forensic Auditor, they have a group of financial auditor, Edmondson, a conglomerate group of financial cyber crimes, financial crimes, and they all speak. So whether the prime minister crimes, financial crimes are not limited to Jamaica, this has gone all over the world, overseas, internationally. So him gonna go to prison, and we know that. So me not care who want vex when me talk. The prime minister is a criminal and is unfit to be prime minister, and he should not have the reins of government, and he's no standard bearer, and furthermore, he's no Christian. Back over there.
All right, you hear what Pastor Ricky said? Right? Hit him with the hammer and sledge, Pastor Ricky. Now, Sister Maria, now as we move, as it relates to what Andrew Wallet said, that he's a standard bearer and have hold up the standard of the country. I don't know if you have witnessed that this Prime Minister Andrew Wallet signed the Code of Conduct, statutory declaration certified, and he took disciplinary action against Rural Reed, Dalrymple, Grace McLean, Etressa, and finally improved the corruption index from 44 to 60. I don't know. Go ahead, Sister Maria, hit him.
You know, Andrew Holness is so diabolical. Sometimes you don't even know. You know, every time he speaks, when you think he cannot go any lower, he surprises you and he goes even lower. Because any further low he goes is the grave. It is interesting how now he abhors that which he trafficked in when he was in opposition, because he was all about popularity. So much so, he used Clark's shoes roll up his pants foot and walk barefooted through mud and water to give the impression to the people that he's one of them, he's with them, when all he was doing was tricking them, lying to them just to get their votes so he can throw on poison on them. His words, not mine. Okay? And when he says he's the standard bearer, was he the standard bearer when he was up at the university talking to those young people, and the young man asked him about the NIDS, and he got angry. Was he the standard bearer then? Was he the standard bearer when he talked about, you little boys, you're going to get 15 years? Was he the standard bearer then? Was he the standard bearer when he said, we don't want to kill you? Was he the standard? We are talking about people's children. And no one is endorsing criminal behavior. And we agree that the police must go after criminals. But if you're not going after Andrew and the Holness and his administration, then what you're doing is, quite frankly, null and void. Because they, in my opinion, Jamaica is a high crime society because the people are learning from the top. When you can have a prime minister whose statutory declarations, which broken down simply means his salary could not give him what he has, period. That's what it means. So with statutory declarations, that is the technical term for what it is. For your pay and where you have door match up. Simple as that. This 4 years, and like Pastor Ricky just broke it down, is more than 4 years running, because clearly he lied on the previous one, because you could not certify him in, what, 17, 18, 19, and then after that, no, he can't be certified. So clearly he has been lying since then. And if you want to fully understand the MO of this Prime Minister, you have to go back to the Ministry of Education. And do you realize that the Ministry of Education has been a feeding tree for corrupt people? And who is suffering? The children. And in the Auditor General's report last December, she talked about how much billions of dollars are unaccounted for in the Ministry of Education. And you can see that it is unaccounted for in the Ministry of Education because the schools are broken. The teachers are not being paid properly. You know, like Rattigan talked about earlier. Okay, so you have the school bus you're going to take to the children to school, to drop them off at school. Is this physical school conducive to learning? Is that a learning environment? So you drop them off at school in a big cheese bus, then what? You think you would fix the schools first and then show some interest, show that you really mean well. So when I hear the Prime Minister talk about, you know, being the standard bearer, you know, the man is just calling words and people hear him, and, you know, he's at this big gospel quote unquote gospel concert, and he's so penitent. How convenient. I heard him the other day say, you know, I am your humble servant. Since when? Since when you're a humble servant? Because if we are to use the yardstick that he used to measure Richard Hazan, when Richard Hazan built 6 stalls to benefit vendors in Spalding Market, and he said it was a dark day, why has he not used that same measuring stick to measure himself? Know that his statutory declarations cannot be certified, will never be certified, because he knows he's not going to show where the bodies are buried. And I have a question for Rattigan. The proceeds from the Prime Minister and his wife, which go to his children, in a new administration, how can that be recuperated? Because there are, you know, stories that one of the sons owned 24,000 acres of land and all that. So those things that quite likely will be passed on to his children, how can a government do a forfeiture of those assets, do an investigation to see how those monies were acquired, how that wealth was acquired, so much so that it can be passed on to them and it is not connected to taxpayers?
The Proceeds of Crime Act and the Integrity Commission, they could take care of that. Like you said, if they can prove that the funds came from illegal activity, unlawful activity, then there would be a forfeiture. They could ask for a forfeiture, And so even though he had passed it on, they could, they could track and trace the funds and claw the funds back and put it into the consolidated fund.
Yes.
So they can do that.
Stop the one more point. When you stop to think of all those young men and women in Jamaica who are the age of his children and are working hard, they go to college, they graduate, they work hard, and they still cannot make ends meet. And you see these two young boys who have never worked a day in their doggone lives and may not be as bright as many of these young people, hundreds and thousands of these young people who have not worked as hard as many of these young people. And you see them with this kind of, and this thing about being bad mind, you cannot bad mind a government for taxpayers' money. You cannot be bad mind when you're asking for accountability on how you're spending the taxpayers' dollars. It's not bad mind, it's called accountability. And if you're trying to avoid accountability, then you are the problem. So I would love to see that the opposition be really serious about putting a dent in this problem of corruption in Jamaica, because $1.7 trillion being unaccounted for, do you know what that would have done for hospitals, for schools, for police, for everybody? You know what that could have done? That is what we're talking about.
But Sister Maria, let me just cut in here. When you look and see that our national debt, Sister Maria, is 3 or 4 trillion dollars. But at the same time, while our national debt is $2.3 trillion, we cannot account for over $3 trillion. We can't account for over $3 trillion. So let's make that thinking. Now, Brother Ratty, let me just move on to you right away as it relates to Andrew Holness being the standard bearer, right? And where might be you observe, I don't know if anybody observe, I don't observe it, might be you observe that the Prime Minister signed the Code of Conduct, Statutory Declaration certified, right? He took disciplinary action against Rural Reed, Dalrymple, Grace McLean and HSA. And finally, Brother Rattigan, he had improved the corruption index from 44 to 60. Talk to us about it now.
Well, let me just say, Trish, yes, it's Gamal. I'll have him on the program. Remember the Prime Minister once said that him know if it turn it up when election time. So I guess walking barefoot and do all of them other things there, I guess he might turn it up. I saw you turn it up. And then just to correct some people, some folks in the chat, he did not get the raise. He found a way to raise the 300%. He's not getting it. He turned it down. There's an obscure unit in the Ministry of Finance that he went to, and I have the documentation, and he turned it down. So I have the documentation from them, and I have the documentation from the Office of the Prime Minister. Unless they lie, and I'm probably not the person they want to lie to. But all the things you mentioned, the corruption index and going after Dalrymple and the Nolan principles, here's what I'm focused on. The Prime Minister said he's a standard bearer and that he's responsible for holding up the standard for the country. I'll give him that. I'll say, Mr. Prime Minister, yes, you are the standard bearer, and yes, you're responsible for doing that. But I'm focused on the last part of what he said. He said, and I cannot compromise it. And I'll say to you, Mr. Prime Minister, you have compromised it. You have. By your actions, Mr. Prime Minister. And this is not hearsay. This is not somebody telling me. I'm just basing it on on your performance. Because this election is not about promises. This election is about your performance from 2016 till now. And I've found you to be lacking. I've found you to be a wicked, vile, unconscionable, despicable person. Not befitting of the title of leader of the country. You have proven yourself to be so unworthy that people have been calling for you not to be on the ballot. I've never heard of such a thing. Never heard of such a thing in Jamaica. That you're saying you don't want our Prime Minister on the ballot, and it's gaining traction. It's not going to happen. He's going to show up on the ballot, but then the people, they have to speak. They have to reject him. They have to look. People from Towile, Cockburn, Penn, Compound. Oh no, my people. all I have to do is just look, because I'm getting reports from over there. All I have to do is just look at your condition now and compare to what it was in 2016. It's not better.
Exactly.
Fact, for some people, it's worse. And remember, he promised prosperity, and he's been promising prosperity ever since. And it's funny that I saw where somebody said that, a politician said that Audrey Marks was going to bring prosperity and replace poverty. And I said, but wait a minute, I thought they did that back in 2016. And now she's coming to do all of that stuff. That's nonsense. Here's the thing, though. The idea of the prime minister, his wife being the speaker, it's immoral, it's unethical, but it's not illegal. And that is the system that we have in place, that bastardized Westminster system, and they're gaming it. And that's why you see no action has been taken in court or anything like that to get rid of the prime minister's wife as being speaker, because it's perfectly legal. It's not normal, but it's legal. There's nothing they can do about that. They have to get rid of this bastardized Westminster system that we have, because that's the reason for that. They understood that and they gamed it, because she was the deputy speaker of the House and in charge of government business. And by tradition, by convention, the deputy speaker, when the speaker steps off, that person, they take a vote, and that person is then considered for the position. And if you remember, Dalrymple left.
Right.
Huh?
Right. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Because we are in the process as it relates to a constitutional reform, moving away from a Westminster system, right? Could it be that we can utilize criminal codes, right, to fit, right, the current era, just like what United States is using? United States is using criminal codes, right? Would it better for us to switch to something like that as it relates to the utilization of criminal codes to fit the modern situation, the current situation of these criminals of our time?
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. And that's going to be left up to the parliamentarians to do it.
Okay.
It's going to be left up to the parliamentarians. And last thing I want to say is this. The prime minister is claiming that he's a standard bearer, right? Now, when you're the standard bearer, you're it, right? You're in charge. Yes. But yet I see scandal after scandal after scandal. And I'm looking for the prime minister to speak out against it and to remove people. And remember, twice, to the best of my recollection, he promised a cabinet shuffle. And that's exactly what we see. We just see a shuffle. We never see the cabinet change. We see him just move Colonel Charles Jr. and then him create another ministry with Malahoo Ford. So I'm saying, you know the reason why we went from 44 to 40, and Mr. Morgan, the reason why we went from 44 to 40, I sincerely believe it's because of the prime minister. And I fully expect that next year, when the corruption index comes out, we will be down in the 30s, because him take the premier anti-corruption body that he established, him take credit for it and I say, me do it. I've read the Ansar proceedings. Him take full credit for it. And him take them gone to court. So the people, and him take them gone to court because they might come after him. You know, they might say, Mr. Prime Minister, there's something grossly wrong here with your statutory declaration. And so we need to look into illicit enrichment. And him gone to court now for try.
Every December, anti-corruption day.
Yeah, you're right. Every anti-corruption day. Yes, got wonderful speech, except last December. He never mentioned them last December. Every December before that, he mentioned them. He mentioned Pantan. He said what a wonderful job they were doing. I love these people. I love this organization. The last one, him just said, I'm not with them people. You know, I want to get rid of them. And now he might try. No, you see what them I try to know. They might try to get rid of the Auditor General. Poor Pamela Monroe Ellis. This lady, I do her best. I mean, I have some issues with some of the things she do, but I understand why she can't do them, because she's been getting death threats. And so she can't do certain things. But it's not Pamela Monroe Ellis. She not come out in the public and speak about the reports, you know. Are we talk about the reports? Are we, I know they want to blame the woman and they want to kick her off of the Integrity Commission. But here what no mistake. They make a big mistake, because the idiots them, what they did was they never realized that when they create the Integrity Commission, them institutionalize the position of Auditor General. It has a permanent seat there. 5 commissioners, 2 retired judges, 1 retired civil servant, 1 person from an NGO, and the Auditor General.
It's
The
in the law.
position. And then what them do with she, remember also people, when they went and behind the backs of everybody under the cover of darkness, they amended the Constitution to extend the tenure of the DPP. Guess who else can extend? The Auditor General. And guess what? She's 58 or 59. She have quite a ways to go. So them can't get rid of her. And the only way you can get rid of the Auditor General is infirmity, body or mind, bankruptcy, or she commit a crime. She not do no, or she fail to do her job. She not fall in none of them categories there. Right. So them can't get rid of her. So what them do now? The same people, I've read the answered proceedings, the same people who would have boots up the whole thing, no, them want to get rid of her. Same people who supported it, no, them want to get rid of her. And we know why. And last final point, a senior politician, I call her name, JLP. We had a discussion. And Mr. Tim said, why you not do this? I know. Is it because of the you don't want to get rid of the position, or don't want to get rid of the person? And him said the person we want to get rid of, but we can't get rid of her, so we have to get rid of the position. Big revelation. So that's where we are.
Wait, Rattigan, you're saying that the corruption indices went from 44 to 40?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, remember the last conversation we had when he took the ISAT report and we said that it is going to affect the corruption indices?
We did. It went 4 points.
Yeah, but here's the thing. But here's the thing also, is that he didn't, you talk about the Prime Minister not taking a salary. He doesn't have to. He's making a killing of taxpayers. He has business here, there, and everywhere. His friend is a chairman. His business partner is at the chairman at UDC. He has another business. I mean, he has all his friends at business, and every agency that is in his office, that is under his portfolio, have problem with accountability. Every NEPA, every striking agency. And the thing is, you talk about him being able to hold his ministers. He can't hold them accountable because they went in for a sucky mother. He can't hold them accountable. He just can't.
Maria, let me tell you something you find out today. If you see how them use the consultants a bit for enrich them friends, you'd be surprised. Of the ATI results, that is one of the ways them use for reward them cronies. They make them consultants. There are people jumping from ministry to ministry to ministry. They don't have no real expertise, but they're advisors, and they get paid handsomely, and they just keep moving. And who will pay for that? The taxpayers.
But Rattigan, look at just a quickly, St. Thomas, the what do they call it now? The center, what they call it? The urban center, and they want the council, the municipality, to go and rent office there for $10.3 million. But guess what? It is quoted in US dollars. So every time the value, it is tied to the US. Every time the dollar devalue, it is going to go up. And I'm thinking to myself, who can do that in St. Thomas?
Well, let me ask you something. Let me ask all of us here a question. Are we really surprised at this?
No.
Are we really surprised considering what we've been seeing over the last 9 years? Are we really surprised?
No.
Are we really surprised? We see hundreds of millions being paid for building that they don't even occupy.
450 million.
No surprise. No surprise.
Crazy.
A mother who pay 4.5 million a month for 30% occupied building.
It's crazy.
And don't forget,
a sitting member of parliament has a building too, that he's getting taxpayers money from for rent,
Yeah,
don't forget in 2016 what the Prime Minister said. He said, I think government is too bloated and we will not create another ministry. And when in the same document, him create Ministry of Economic and whatever. And then a few years later, I'm going to create legal and constitutional affairs. People who can't trust that money. Who can't trust that money.
Yeah, remember, say my standard bearer.
And him say what? Him no compromise. Him no compromising position.
Somebody say he's hey Rattigan, somebody in the chat said he's the scandal bearer.
All right. Let me just ask our Jamaican people to just stay with me another 15 minutes because we see we pass the time 10:20. But please, we have something important, and what I'm not going to put you up on these few clips. I am asking the electorate, right? Definitely not to vote for any of these people that I'm going to show you. I've done a personal research in Jamaica, and I found out that some of these members of parliament, right, have been abusing substance and where their mental faculty needs to be checked. And so then these persons that I'm going to show now, right, people I want you to bear in mind, as I said to you, as it relates to them abusing substance, right, which is drugs and alcohol, and of course their mental faculty really needed to check. So you can't put them back in power. And I'm talking about persons in the Senate and in the Parliament. You understand? So I am going to definitely display these people to the electorate, right, to make sure, right, we know civil all right for the person in the Senate. You understand? He's not running for the general election. So you understand? But for the other persons coming along, right, they are very serious, right, to our Jamaican society, extremely serious, and I'm exposing them for us, right? The electorate must stay away from them. Now, let us go to number one. And I wonder what could have caused this. And people tell me, right, if this person doesn't seem like, you know, the monkeys on his shoulder, let me use that terminology, and tell me if this person's mental faculty, right, doesn't need to be in check. So let us start before we get into them. But let's hear what the Prime Minister has to say. Let us start with that.
They are under instructions that whatever they say to the public must be factual. They are under instructions that whatever they say to the public must be positive. You will not hear from the platform of the government anything that is negative, anything that is fake, anything that is not of the highest integrity of information. So we are committed to being the voice of positivity. We are committed to be constructive in whatever we say. We are not going to rely on negativity, on tearing down people, and focusing on the gutter. We are going to raise your heads, raise your minds, and we are looking upward.
All right. Take that away. We are going to raise our mind and we're looking upward, and no form of negative things must be stated on the platform. And Mr. Standard Bearer warn his people. Now, people, let us go into it as it relates to the Standard Bearer, what the Standard Bearer said. Now, tell me if this person, right, don't have the monkey on his shoulder or the monkey on his back, and where his mental faculty no need check. Check him out. Number one. Tell me if the monkey not upon him back. Him no need him mental faculty in check.
Hold on 1 sec. It won't. Okay. Here we go.
Now look at these people.
PNP, are you me combo? We are beat them bad. Step out and clean. We are beat them bad. Sorry to hear with them online. Cause you me combo PNP.
Don't you trouble Zion. Let me not trouble them. Don't you trouble Zion. Leave them alone. Zion has the keys. Can't open any door.
You want a monkey to play back?
Don't you trouble Zion.
PNP, are you me come about, you know? Every time the Jamaica Labour Party look about the progress of this country, want to take bad mind and koro and mash it up. When Marcus Garvey came to Jamaica in 1923 and began to work with the UNIA, and was counselor for the Kingston and St. Andrew Corporation, Marcus Garvey, Norman Manley, send him to prison and run him out of Jamaica.
Take him away. Take this piece of garbage over here.
Idiot. Don't even know history.
No. When Marcus Garvey in prison, the People's National Party don't even farm it, you know. But them start a truthfulness. Andrew, let's ask him to come talk on the platform. Let us play the next one. Right? Because you know the monkey the palm theme back, you know. Now, when you hear this the next one now, when you hear this a piece of antics of people.
Put that on YouTube and TikTok. The bad mind us. The bad mind the Jamaica Labour Party for its performance. The bad mind the Jamaica Labour Party for our achievements. And they are bad minding us for doing the things that you have always wanted a government to do.
Take him away. Because we are going through quick, you know. I don't know why we bad mind the Jamaican Labour Party for the wonderful performance. Right? No wonder why him take down poverty rate from 18% to 9%. What a wonderful performance. And pull down inflation. Let us go to the next one. At this one here lunatic, you know, people. Want to listen to this one here?
Sir, man, you think me can come off of that stage and you don't run chichi, man? I'm mad, you're mad. I'm mad, you're mad. Labour rights, whether them in a Portland, St. Thomas, St. Andrew, Clarendon, anywhere them there. You know what to do. Thank you very much.
Take him
God
away.
bless you. Keep up the good work.
Take him away. Terry Long and Warmington, we talk to him. Leave him to Terry Long and Warmington. Now, look on the next one, people. Look on the next. And let's. Now look on this, you know. King liar this, you know. This one here, liar than the rest, you know, people.
If you want to find a black man that is lie, it's Damian Crawford. It's either that him lie or him don't know when he's lying. I think it is both. The man is suffering from some kind of mental incapacitation. A man who speaks about himself and about himself and about himself and about himself needs to be examined up here. I am calling on our own Minister of Local Government to investigate an issue that have arisen in the Linstead market, where it is reported that a section of the market is being sold. A section of the Linstead market is being sold or leased to some private endeavors.
Take him away.
Without any kind of consultation.
Big head dinosaur, bigger than small brain.
With those who occupy the market.
Big head and small brain are the worst. Now believe the last, the nastier than the rest. You know? You understand? A him will go play next, you know. The one which part, trust me, The last time him visit hell, Satan run him out. Satan don't want him down there. You know. The last time him go hell, Satan run him out. See the nastiest of them harder people don't listen to him. No, but Satan don't want him. We don't know where am I going.
You have vote for Andrew. Like I'm right. Don't stay home. Vote for your party. There's a reason. Anywhere must stay home, you have vote for your candidate. You like a candidate? Vote for Andrew Holness, little party. Put the X beside the fucking bell.
All right. Look. Because take him over here. Because
look at this. Somebody come look at this.
Look at this. Him knows he don't have hell hot, you know. And him know through him break every rule in the book, you know. Him gang carry fun down there. Let's see it and much on him out. Him gang try to put AC in a head. See it and much on him out. Now, opening batsman. Talk to them now.
Boy, I tell you, say, you put up some people where they must hang garbage. Them they are sewage. You understand? And none of them really and truly, you know, no hold no credibility anymore in the Jamaican people eye. Because Jamaican people are aware of them, you know, culpable way of doing things, running the country. You understand? And I like a big piece of waste like all Queenie. Them the whole you know, decommission long time, you know. Andrew I keep them. Hey, Queenie broke down more than the school bus them, you know. Yeah, man. Andrew I keep them garbage around him. But Andrew no realize that them garbage, you know, smell up the political landscape of Jamaica. People turn off from a piece of shit like Queenie. You understand? Vaz him no different, you know. Cause him high. Him high on Mount Everest, you know, brother. Yeah? No wonder I'm bringing so much of them over him airport where I'm over there in Ian Fleming, you know. When it's them man there, yeah, as Minister of Mining and Transport and all these things. But you give her the lovely 2 international airport. And all you're interested in is airstrip. Because that's a theme daily meal come from, you know. Him have to have theme supply intact. And him want it close to where him live to. Close proximity. Come on. I remember we see all some boat well load up around a film region there, you know. From that guy take over Portland, that guy rage a terror from Portland. Portland had one of the lowest crime statistics in Jamaica for several years. When people talk about parishes to live, it was always Portland. Now Portland is a cokeland with high murder rate, gruesome murder. Yeah? We see a high-level Jamaican official lost his life over there, and it seems like them drowned it in the water. To show you how corrupt that was. Even the person that them had in custody got away from them on the day of trial. Never to be seen or heard of anymore. What can go so? So when the piece of garbage they talk about, you never see a black man lie like the man. Who lie the Andrew Willis? Who have the record to tell lie more than Andrew Holness? So them say, you must check the bean in your eye before you check mine. Look on the leader. When the leader is known to the world as the liar, this man. That time title given to him by a man called Man in the Wilderness. And I mean the entire world has endorsed it and rubber stamp it and sign off on that. Everybody know on July. And the world now catch on to him thief in disposition ways where him have to. So him not just lie. Him thief same way with the lie. And the whole of them when you show, Sir B, as me say, them are sewage. And I hear about the floor card no. Sister Spinks, come touch them with the lion paw, man.
Sister Spinks, come touch them, you know, because you know, say, Award 21 residents, them, you know.
Listen.
Speak on them, Sister Spinks.
Listen. You see, when we go touch Crawford, from that man, he must go touch Crawford, and we all saw the video disputing what he came out and tried to slander our good Damian Crawford good name. Amos, Amos, go on side.
Go on side.
Desmond Mackenzie bought some new garbage trucks, and all I'm going to say, the garbage truck is just for the scandals of all the GLPs, because we're going to need those trucks. As we talk about trucks, Desmond Mackenzie, where are the new trucks, garbage trucks? Because we don't see any Montego Bay now. But let's talk about their mental instability or their chemical dependency. All 49 is either one way or the other. Because 49 people cannot be so complicit that you have 10 amongst you that the IC say that is compromised, and you all sit there and feel comfortable knowing that 10 of you are corrupt. Which means if you sit in a pit and 10 persons defecate on themselves, you all sit there in the same filth and feel comfortable breathing that filth? No, no. The other 39, you're mad or you're on some medication that the pharmacy does not issue. And let me break down certain things to you, voters out there who are listening to me, and especially the undecided voters.
Exactly.
I'm speaking to you and the disgruntled laborites, because I'm coming across many of you when I canvass, because many of you know are upset. Look at these people. Look at the member of parliament that they put in your constituency for you to vote, and tell me, does that person either behave as if they have a mental instability or if they have some chemical dependency? Right now, you have to vote for your future and the future for your children. You have to consider these things when you're voting for the person who is your representative, because this is Mark Golding said it best. At the top of the stream is dirty. The entire stream is dirty. And we all know that. Andrew Owens cannot discipline anybody in his ministry right now. If they steal, he cannot compromise, he cannot chastise them. If they lie, he cannot chastise them because he's complicit. And until we, the voters, all of us Jamaicans, understand that right now, right up to this election day, that they have not called you as yet or announced as yet, they have been searching for new replacement for some of their members of parliament candidates. And they searched far and wide, and they could not find replacement for some of the people. Let, for example, Malaho, 225 GLP delegates voted to see if she should return to that constituency. 25 voted for her to return. That means 2 600 delegates rejected her, and yet they could not find anybody to replace her. Look at Mama D. She has a court case. She sat down as Speaker of the House. That big scandal behind her. And they could not find anybody to replace her to fight out that by election. They could not find, they can't find anybody to replace the stick people who they have on their side either. Hero Clark is sick right now. He's going into an election with his illness. Horace Shang is over age, overripe. Look at all of these old elderly members of parliament as GLP candidates. Desmond McKenzie is a dinosaur. You go in a museum to see his picture. And all 49 of them over there, they are VIPs of Satan.
Exactly.
All 49 of them over there are VIPs of Satan. Andrew Holness has a degree, doctorate in lying,
Oh, yes.
a PhD in stealing and scamming. So when he went to Delaware and went wherever to get a Dr. DR before his name, that is all that he's known for, his legacy. His legacy for himself, his wife, and his children. Dr. Scammer, Dr. 28. That is his legacy.
All right.
You understand what I'm trying to say to you, undecided voters? Think about your vote. Your vote is your voice. Your vote is saying we reject you, Andrew Holness, and your administration. This man, legally, he should not be on the ballot. Morally, he should not be a prime minister. The man has made the prime minister office so contaminated right now morally that when we get in position there, we're going to have to sterilize that entire office from corner to corner, take out the carpet because so much corruption has been swept under that carpet. Jamaicans, this is a serious election coming up. We have 50 more days, 50 more days of this government. And one way or another, they have to leave. We have to change the rules and regulations. We have to have them accountable. We have to create a higher standard for ourselves. Look in your mirror. Every Jamaican voter, I'm asking you tonight, look in your mirror and say, do I value myself as a Jamaican? Look at your children. Look at your children. Look at your children as they sleep and say, what future do I want for my child? Look at your mother. What will happen to your mother in the future when she gets her pension? Look at your father. What will his pension be? What will be his healthcare service be in the future? These are the things that you're voting for. When an elderly person goes to the hospital now, what is the healthcare service being provided for that elderly person? Are they given a cardboard? Is the sheet clean? Are they getting a healthy breakfast or lunch or dinner in the hospital right now? Jamaicans, look at what you're voting for. Today, I paid 165 Jamaican for $1.
Wow.
That is where we are right now. $165 to $1. And yet they want to tell us that they're renting back government property to a government agency and they have to pay in US dollars. You see, every day they get up and they insult our intelligence and they tell us that they just think us, take us for fools every day. Jamaicans, wake up, wake up. I yield for to somebody else.
All right, Pastor Ricky, thank you for that. Sister Spinks, Pastor Ricky, right up, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Byron, and everyone in the panel, everyone in the chat. Thank you, Lady Anne Marie and Sir Byron, for endorsing my new YouTube channel and even putting the link in the chat. Thank you for everyone, all the bloggers, my friends who I've heard announcing it, asking people to subscribe. I really appreciate it. And this Saturday, after Reason Rattigan finished, the conversation continues on the Politics Corner TV with ABR as my guest for the second week. But let me just say this very quickly, very swiftly. It is sad that after 9.5 wasted years in government, to win an election, the criminal prime minister and criminal Vaz cook up a scheme, another Ponzi scheme, another scandal to bring in used decommissioned buses from the United States with the door on the wrong side of the road, putting our children's lives at risk. And they're using this now as an election ploy to try to win an election. Think about this. This is very critical. Use old decommissioned bus. After 9.5 years at the reign of government, these criminals have no accomplishments to show. So they figure to win an election, they will use old commission junkyard bus where the US took out a commission. It's unsafe for the children because of the carbon monoxide, diesel engine, fluid fumes that is harmful to US children. An uncaring government that doesn't care about the people of Jamaica. If them not care about the baby them were born, if them not care about the ghetto youth that were them send police for unalive, them not care about children, period. Them not care about Jamaicans. And so it's sad. It breaks my heart. And I have nothing against school bus. My children ride the buses back in the days and so forth. And I agree with Senator Bunting. Stand your ground. Don't back down from where you're set. Jamaica terrain is not suitable for these kind of buses, and it's the truth. We all know that. Senator Bunting is right. These buses are going to cause accidents and our children's lives are at risk. So the Prime Minister is talking about accomplishments in the clip you showed. Where are the accomplishments? I don't want to make any excuse for him to give his criminal defense attorney when him go to prison or upon trial that him have any mental breakdown or he's deranged, he's unhinged, he's erratic, he's impulsive, he's irrational. He's been like that before 2016. I mean, we saw his attitude, behavior towards Mama P in 2015 when he was hungry for power. So to say that now him changed and he's walking in humility, it's a lie. Go back and see what him did to Richard Azan. He moved heaven and earth and forget Azan for resign and get Mama P for fire him. I mean, we have the videos. Go back and see when him try for hold Mama P accountable for say the food when him bring the basket in a parliament and I said, oh, cost of living is high. I mean, just look at his behavior in 2015. The man is deceiving you. He's not changed. He's not humble. He knows nothing about humility. Him just a behave subtle right now to try to win your heart. The final point, him lost in popularity. Even if him put on a green clocks right now, people not care. Them never want to see him. The comrades them not shake him on, them turn them back or fold them on. My heart breaks to see the labor right supporters ringing bell at lies told from the podium. My heart breaks to see the labor rights supporters shouting on lies and deception. When we're in the year of our Lord 2025, when all you have to do is research in real time every word that proceeded out of the Prime Minister's mouth, fact check him in real time, and you will see labor rights supporters. Because we're up on TikTok every day now where the war is intensifying over there. And we hear them talk about we choose Jamaica and we choose country. Country is not on the ballot. Your MP name is on the ballot for the party that represents you for your constituents. And you have a choice to make. Finally, we not choose Jamaica. God choose Jamaica for all of us. The good Lord choose where we were going to be born and the family that we were going to be born in. We could have been born in Australia, Africa, Asia, Europe, North America, South and Central America, the Caribbean, or the Pacific Islands. But the good Lord in his wisdom choose Jamaica for us. Him already choose Jamaica. So in 2025, we don't need for choose Jamaica. So don't make them deceive you now. A pure deception them I run. And I trick the people them. And I turn the people them in an idiot. We already were born in Jamaica. When you have a string cut in Jamaica. That was the work of God. We had nothing to do with where we were born. So finally, them I said, we choose Jamaica. It's a deception ploy. You don't vote for country. You vote for the member of parliament. And the party that has 32 members of parliament as a winner form the next government. So don't make them trick on and deceive. Because we hear them attack on other social media platform and it grieve our heart. But vex. So finally, them not have no accomplishments. The school bus scandal is a major scandal. It's bigger than the drill. So exactly. If I got them a wait pan for winning election, dog me and them supper. Back over to you, Sir Byron. Thank you.
Wonderful and powerful point, because if they are trying to use the school bus, you understand, to score political points.
Scandal.
The fact of the matter, Darrell Valls need to be interrogated, right? And charged accordingly and be locked up. You understand, for fraud and all sorts of things that he's committing. And that's a plain truth. Sister Maria, white ride and whistle.
Yeah, Byron. You know, the concept of prosperity for Andrew is a donkey. And black tanks that they give out to the people, and the people have to turn around and purchase water from the member of parliament. That is their success. But Andrew is operating with an analog when everybody else is digital. So he needs to come forward. And people need to understand that when Andrew was opposition leader, he violated the constitutional rights of Tufton and Williams. And his current Minister of Justice took him to court on their behalf and won because they knew what he did was wrong. Fast forward, Andrew Holness as Prime Minister has violated the rights of the Jamaican people, has trampled on the Constitution. That's not a person who is a standard bearer for anything. He doesn't have their best interest at heart. Go back and look at the Constitutional Reform Committee report and you will see the facts of how they feel about you. They don't value you. They only want your vote. And when you stop to think about Dog Paw's father-in-law, he was high as a Bajan kite. So you just have to ignore him, because they have no substance to come. No, there's no substantive issues that they can talk about. So they come with foolishness, because what he said about Marcus Garvey was pathologically, patently false. Crap. Yes, it was pathological mendiation, but it was patently false, because that's what the history says. But he comes with it because the people are so distracted with their own poverty and their own hunger, and they're ringing the bell, but they're thinking, how am I going to send my child to school tomorrow? So they're hearing the nonsense and ringing the bell because they just want to hurry up and get out of there, because it's nonsense. And Warmington, I would love to ask, and Darrell Vaz, what can you show that is tangible that you have done in the constituencies that you have been representing for eons? Darrell Vaz went on his platform last year and he said he only wants 5 more years to secure his children and grandchildren. Not my words, he said it.
He said it. Yes.
So are you going to sit down and not choose educational opportunities for your children? Not choose entrepreneurial opportunities for your children, not choose a better health care, better schools, better everything. Slow, it won't happen overnight. But if you start making making a step towards it, you will eventually get to that place. So if you're going to look at Anne-Marie Vaz, for example, and Darrell Vaz out in Portland, who have not done anything for the children of Portland, they're giving them a bus now because it's election. She put down carpet, disappear into the bushes. Rain wet it and it just disappear. And you have somebody who say, I am going to invest in the children by investing in their education. And you look at that and you say that that is problematic, then you have to have your head examined. So I say to the people of Jamaica who are going to the polls in a few short weeks or months, or maybe the Constitution will call it, choose policies, not personalities. What can they point to that is better? That when they say that they spend the most money, ask them where, because you are not feeling it. Stop fighting your neighbors. Stop destroying your communities. Stop allowing them to destroy your communities, because when it is already destroyed, they haven't fixed it, and they are letting them to continue to destroy it. What will you be left with? And they move and they go back to their communities. You cannot go there. Please vote for policies, not personalities. Be educated, informed, edified voters, not $5,000 in a box food voter.
Thank you, Sister Maria. And Brother Rattigan, you'll be closing the curtain for us tonight. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Again, thank you for having me. And I want to thank the panelists for inspiring me and all the people in the chat, because without you, I just sit back and just kind of like just be doing ATIs now. So this is a respite from ATIs. So after this program, you know me, I go upstairs, go do some ATIs. But Pastor Ricky, big up yourself on the new program. Wish you all the best, brethren. You're going to be successful. God willing. You know, when you play the clips with the politicians, part of me say AI, you know. I can't believe the way them acted and the way they talk. Truth be told, I know some of them on a personal level. And in fact, some of them have actually been on my program. But then they decided there was an executive order issued. I was told that them said no JLP member of parliament or affiliates or supporters, none of them supposed to come on my program. So I guess I won't be seeing them for quite some time. No. They mentioned, the Prime Minister in one of the clips, he mentioned something about fact. And let me just explain this to people. And that's why this is one of the reasons why I urge you to come to the program on a Saturday, because we teach critical thinking around there. We teach how to ask questions, how to try and go from interviewing to interrogation, all that fancy stuff. If I send a text message to Mystic, and remember all the things that Mystic said about the Prime Minister, facetiously, he said that the Prime Minister, you know, he signed on to the Nolan principles, he did this, he did that, all those things. If I wrote that to Mystic, would that be factually correct? Here's where I'm going with it. Just because something is a fact doesn't mean it's true. Let me illustrate that. That document that I would write to Mystic and said the Prime Minister is an angel. He has crossed the T's and dotted the I's. He's a man of God. He's never committed any crimes, all this stuff. Now, the communication I sent to Mystic, that would be factual. Nobody could say it's not a fact that I wrote it to him. But what I wrote is not factual. So when people talk to you about facts, you have to be careful. You have to say, well, I mean, it's factual, that I wrote to Mystic, but it's not factual. It's not true what I put in that communication. So you have to be able to perceive these subtle differences. So when them come and tell you, say, oh, it is a fact. What you do, you say, show me. Right. And that's what we've always asked them, show me. And then when we show them, we don't show them my opinion. We don't show them Pink's opinion, our melting pot, our Pastor Ricky, our Lord Byron, Lady Anne-Marie, our Maria. No, we show them their own words. So they must come and tell me now that it's AI. That's what they must come and tell me. That what JIS put up is AI. Or what their offices put up, it's AI. So they must argue with what their offices put up, but they can't argue with me. So just keep that in mind. There's a connection, people, between the drill and the buses. And I'm telling you, it's this is one whole big scandal. I mean, the drill is involved in it, and we're going to show that on Saturday. And we're looking at the buses from a variety of angles. And I mean, some of them are just innovative. It's just ingenious when I look at some of the things that the small team that they say, hey, look at it from this, look at it from that. And then they're pulling in all kinds of resource material and they're connecting the dots. And I'm telling you, Saturday is going to be a bombshell of a program. Don't miss it. Here's a story that you must keep your eye on. The DPP is leaving September 20th. Nobody's paying attention to who's going to replace her. You should. You should. And you also should look to see if she's going to leave early, so that Dennis Chung can give her the report, so she can just reject the prosecution. Yes, they're thinking these things, people. Yeah, and some people said, no, not tell them that. Don't tell them. Them know. Them know. Them know. You not tell. I only me tell say keep. Yeah, that only me tell say keep on the eyes on them thing, because the lady, Thompson, I think her name is. The lady who was the acting from April until December when the DPP, Paula Llewellyn, was away, that is the lady that they're pushing right now. And we've had public remarks about her saying that she should be a good replacement. She's not a good replacement. No. What we did was I went and I looked up many of the cases that she worked on. That she worked on either as the main prosecutor, as the co-prosecutor, or as the DPP. And we're talking about major cases. We're talking about Movado's son case. Remember, Movado's son was convicted of murder, and he's a free man today because of things that the DPP did. We're looking at the Vibes Cartel appeal. We're looking at the guy who they claim that he arranged for his godmother's demise in church when he shot the lady in the back of the head in that church. We're talking about the Klansman case. So what I did was I pulled up 9 cases that she worked on. We did 4 already. We're going to do the 5. Because this lady, we're going to show how deficient she is as a prosecutor. That she has no business sitting in that chair. None whatsoever. No, Jeremy better than her. And Jeremy was, and according to Paula Llewellyn, she and Jeremy work with a whole bunch of tainted juries. I want to know if people get convicted or what, but Jeremy better than this lady. So we have to keep our eyes on that. Let me see what else we have there. On Saturday, it's the first time we're going to do this. We're going to spend 3 hours on one subject, and that is the bus. The bus is coming from America, or the bus is already there. We're going to spend 3 hours and we're going to dissect this whole thing. So if you watch this program, nobody can talk to you about the bus, because we're going to look on it from a relationship standpoint. We're going to look on it from a monetary standpoint, whether or not it's cost effective. We're going to look at it versus electric buses. We're going to look at it in terms of the whole thing. We have to expose the whole thing. And the last thing is that people have been saying to us, well, you know, the guys on the talk and girls on the talk, but you don't do nothing. And we have been asking people to sign this Magnitsky petition. Yes. Some people have said that they can't access it. Some people have said that when they access it, it's asking them for money. We have 2 things we're going to do. This coming Sunday, I'm going to talk up for 2 hours from 1 to 3 Jamaica time, 2 to 4 New York time. I'm going to talk about the Magnitsky Act. Walk you through it so you see that this is a powerful tool that you
Did you
can
mean
use.
Saturday, Sir Rattigan? You said
No,
Sunday.
Sunday. We're going to the Saturday program, and then we have a program on Sunday what we call Easier Sunday with the Rebel. Instead of playing music, we're going to talk about this. Will be music to your ears. If you really want to hold the Prime Minister accountable, this is what we're going to be teaching the people. We're going to teach them that you need to sign this thing, because here is how you can actually hold him accountable. And when him hear Magnitsky, he cringes. Not just him, the whole of them, because this is something that will not take place in Jamaica. We're not asking the judiciary. We're not asking the Integrity Commission. We're not asking FID, MOCA. We're not asking any of them to get involved. This is something completely overseas that he has no control over. Exactly. So we're going to be doing that this Sunday. The following Sunday, we're going to have Jeanette Calder from JAMP. And what are we going to do? We're going to teach our people how to file ATIs. ATIs are a wonderful tool, believe me, people, to get information from the government. Them have to give you, barring certain circumstances, them have to give you, and them can't lie. Them have to give you the information. Right now, I have over 20-something responses from them that I can't even touch, because I spend my time, I talk about the drill and the this and the that and the that. And so I want people to get involved in this thing, because you'd be amazed at the kind of information that they have to give you. And they give it to you grudgingly. And what I'll do is I'll show you the tricks of the trade. I'll show you how you can write an ATI that they can't turn it down. They can't turn it down. And I'll show you, if they turn it down, what steps you can take to get them to comply. Because I've done it. And like somebody told me, them say, every time you file an ATI, we hear about it in a parliament. We hear about it. I'm going to say, good. So, and the last thing, very last thing. You hear it from all of the panelists. Sister Maria said it too. Said, be a critical thinker. Be an informed voter. Don't be a legacy voter. This election, people, is not about promises. It cannot be about promises. You have been promised so many things. Yep. It is about performance. It is about looking back from 2016 to where we are now. Look at, and they've gone through 2 elections. Look at the things that they promised you in 2016. Look at the things they promised you in 2020, and ask yourself, are you better off now than before? That's what this is about. And I know that right now them are worried, because them have to do the manifesto. And them know me sit down here, so I wait for that come out. They know me, I wait for that, because I'm well schooled in the first 2, 2016 and 2020. And I can't wait. And the one thing me I tell them, because I know them I watch a program, you know. Uno don't put in it both on 250 accomplishments. We know want to see that. We know, because on the promise we have 1,000 things. So if you come and give it 250, you're 750 short. Come with the manifesto like we did the first time and the second, and come tell us where you are going to do. That's what you must come and do. And what we are going to do, we are going to say, all right, fine, that is what you are going to do. But what we are going to do, we are going to look on where you do. We don't want you to tell what we do. We know what you do. We know the effects. We know and the timing couldn't be worse for them. The exchange rate gone up.
My God.
All kinds of corruption all over the place. Every week there's a scandal. And we have a prime minister who mummies the word. Him don't come out and condemn the things. Him don't come out and chastise the people. Him don't move them. It's almost as if him apartheid. Him just leave them there for them just do what them want to, and just leave the Jamaican people for just scrounge for themselves. People are calling me at the time. I got a call today from a friend of mine, and her stepfather just died. And she said, boy, we are suffer. She said, we are suffer down here. She said, even after the funeral, she said, we could even cook dinner after the funeral.
My
she
God.
She said, I had $100 Jamaican to my name after the funeral. And she still owe the funeral home right now. I have to try to help her now through a MP for try and pay off some of that. People are suffer. And so people, you have to ask yourself, how much of this can you bear? And I say to you, no more. No more. No more.
Amen.
The time is right here. And somebody send me something and say, if the Jamaican people ever vote for this government again, then everything will happen after this. Them deserve everything will happen after this. Because remember, you know, the MP, the Prime Minister telling him say, you get the government you deserve. And when I tell you get the government you vote for, so we are complaining for. So when you go to a politician midstream, 3 years into the election, and him say to you, say, but me give you the 5,000 2 years ago. Why you come back to me now? I pay you ready for your vote. What is this? You deserve it when him do that to you. You deserve it. I'm not going to tell you don't take the money. All I'm going to tell you is that look at his performance or her performance. And based on what I'm seeing, based on what I've seen, and based on what I believe I will see, you cannot keep them people around. You cannot keep them people around. Cannot. And you notice me not say person, people. Because as I said earlier, I was looking for one. I was looking for the silver lining to the dark cloud. And right now, the silver lining, it just done. So, look, Mystic, everything Pastor Ricky, there's a lady.
But you know, 1 second there, Rattigan. If they make the mistake to keep these people, these wicked people, then Andrew and Juliet Honest will turn Jamaica back into a slave country because they will become their subjects. And all those former MPs and MPs who own land and gas station and take away the land from them and tell them, say, I am planting cassava and pumpkin, so come and work for me, you're going to have more of that.
Well, let me tell the people something. Let me tell them this. I'm not telling this from heart. I pledge to Uno that even if, and to me it's an impossibility, that Uno going to vote for this current regime, even if Uno do that, me still go there. Me still go through the Magnitsky. Me not stop. Because I've seen where the Magnitsky work against sitting presidents and against retired presidents and against retired politicians, against retired business people. And I will never stop. I'm not going to do my job. Me not stop. Uno do funo job now. Uno do funo job.
Mr. Rattigan, it was also used against Renata Adams.
Yeah. Them use it against the former president Ecuador, former president Argentina. Them use it all over South America and Central America. Them use it all over. So we're not stopping. We're not stopping. So people, I'm gonna do my part, you know. Me need to know for the phone part because it's easier now when them out of office because them have no power, them have no value. It's easier when them out of office. But
no protection.
None.
Exactly.
None. Thank you.
Well, there go we closing the curtain, right? So I want to say big thanks to you all. Honey, go ahead and end the program.
Okay, thank you guys as usual for tuning in and for participating and making it an interactive discussion. Thanks to all our panelists for all your wonderful insightful information and for educating our Jamaican brothers and sisters and also everybody else worldwide who are tuning in. Really appreciate each and every one. And guys, remember to subscribe to Pastor Ricky's channel. It's the link is still pinned. Show him some love. And until, are you going to be live tomorrow, Mr. Rattigan?
Yes, tomorrow at 8:30. Yeah. Tune in. Dr. Ben will be there as well.
Okay, so tune in to Mr. Rattigan's program tomorrow night and tune into all the other platforms that will be spreading the message in whatever way, shape, or form. So see you again on Friday. You'll see Baron on the Titans on Thursday. So until that time, walk good.
Much blessings, everybody. Have a good night.
Blessings, everyone. Have a blessed night.
Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you.
Blessings. Wonderful.
So why you come to me with that foolishness, you know? You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right stand that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.